It's time.
ตอนนี้ก็อยู่ห้องแต่งตัวเป็นที่เรียบร้อยแล้วนะครับผมไม่เอาข้าวอะไรเมนูอาหารหลักผมบอกว่าน่าจะบอกว่าเป็นเมนูที่ไม่มีข้าวเลยอยากกินข้าวอยู่
ให้กิน this so spicy very spicy
So this is the wish paper, your wish. How can I read it?
ทะเล
What's Tale?
and the beach
Beach? Ah, sea. Oh, Tale. Okay, let's go, let's go.
oh
What's up? Come in, come in.
น่ารักน่ารักโอ้ it's good view
Isn't it cold in Korea?
No dolphin. That's unlucky, but it's no problem.
yeah it's very cold first day I go to this Korea
Oh, minus.
minus very
If you're too hot, tell me. We can always open the top.
oh my ears feet
Oh, it's not bad, right?
yeah it's very good
Let's go. If you come in at the right time, you'll see pretty good.
Nice. This is good stuff. Still gonna be behind, but it's no big deal now.
The thing is, today
Yikes. Imagine getting stuck there.
signature pose in Thailand.
like this
Like this.
Oh, this is genuinely awful.
Freezing. Good, how are you? You look heavy. You want some help? I got you. Good? It's freezing, right? He nails it.
This is terrible.
What's your team's expectation for this tournament?
a lot of good food go with the flow we'll see how it goes and obviously we want to do good but that's a typical answer I mean yeah, I don't want to jinx it
He's the humble one. We're here to win and do as best we can, and we think we can win.
Yep.
It's a nice hotel.
It is pretty high-class, 5-star hotel in Korea.
Yeah,
I might still be ahead, which is good.
This is the wish paper.
okay
Can I teleport, please? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. There we go.
Alright, we got you.
we're direct
What is it?
Anything spicy.
Anything spicy.
this guy likes spicy food
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay. We had the black ramen.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, samyang.
The food duck thing?
The 2x spicy samyang.
Yeah.
I ate this at home.
You ready?
Get me in.
Yep. First cake alive.
Okay.
Also, sorry for the weird background noise during the
Now you look
run. I'm watching a PUBG tournament
rice cake,
on my second
cheese,
screen
some fried chicken, pork belly. Pork belly.
for
Pork belly.
background noise.
I'm really like what that is I'm saying it's
You gotta get all of these,
is this a spicy one?
Yep.
Alright, we're going in
including the one I just left behind. Damn it.
You like it? It's spicy, right?
I got it.
oh yeah it's
No, I need this in my whole part. Thank you.
I'm sweating
Here you go. It's all yours.
Gonna be slightly behind while I enter Rubble, I think. Although, I think I had a 515.
Is that spicy?
Not really.
I don't know if that one is spicier than this one because he likes spicy food, so he's gonna say
This one,
that.
he doesn't like burn at all. You can feel it, but it doesn't burn.
Really?
We're learning languages.
Really?
Really.
I mean, I can tell.
Hey, Katie.
Try that one. I'm trying to just find out which one is less spicy. I think this one is less spicy.
I think so too.
I might actually be behind, ahead of Bibi with a good bit. Yeah, 10 seconds I think. Which is interesting. Cool. I need the gold for much later in the run. Alright. Good stuff. I can drop the axe now. I might as well just make it now, I guess. Alright. Go to the farm and get every block of wheat we can get. It's a shame that one dropped.
have to show us Korean fried chicken.
I'm gonna be running behind my PB now because this is the first time I go here, but it's definitely worth it.
You gotta be careful what you wish for with soda. You don't want to wish
Like this. Good.
I think keep it in the right finger. That is the right wish.
I don't know why what one thinks the beach would be fulfilled.
Not this one. Good. This is taking a bit more time than it should, but you know.
Venture out into your gym. I think they were hoping for an indoor beach that's like 30 degrees. Just what was the experience of it for them? I think it was pretty
Time please. Time please. Time please.
on the back.
Thank you. And we are out of here. That was rough. This in my whole bar. Can we go? Thank you. Alright. Kinda rough, but still we're okay. And considering how far I'm ahead of PB, once I have to switch to melons in comparison to all the bread I have now, I'm gonna be more than fine. So I think I'm gonna be running behind like 20-ish seconds for the better part of the run until I get to Anir Nagur, I believe. Ah, damn it, I forgot to bring a bed. It's actually not good. Well, I mean, is it? No, it's actually fine. I shouldn't need to skip a night. Yeah, actually I do need to go to Gozak now to get one bed. That might actually mean... Yeah, no, actually we should be fine. I'm just mindlessly taking the road, which is a time loss. I shouldn't be going here at all. That's my bad. I should be going through the forest, but whatever. Oh wow, I'm actually much further behind than I thought I was. Damn. No mobs on the bridge. Good. Wow, a full minute behind. That's more than I expected to be. Rough. Oh no. Oh, okay. Saved. Damn. Now let's see how soon I can get a dolphin. The sooner the better. The squid. Is that a dolphin there? I couldn't see. Damn it.
Next, I'm going to show you some of the most interesting results. This is the voting status for all 8 regions. Korea received the most
Squids. No dolphin. Damn, that's unlucky. I'm gonna be even further behind now, but it's okay. I win it in the long run, and besides, I didn't finish the PB run, so, you know. Can't lose time if you don't finish the run. Still no dolphin though. There it is. Okay, cool. Hey, can you not leave me, please? Thank you. Oh. Yeah, perfect. Still losing time, but it's not that big of a deal, honestly. I wonder how far I'm actually behind though. Might be close to 2 minutes. Excuse me. Epic, I picked up another dolphin somewhere along the way. Good. Honestly, it's easy to see while they're receiving so much support. If Sonics is a strong team representing North America, then you can see that Team Liquid is leading the charge. I think I'm gonna be back up to speed as soon as I get to Gozak. I'm still gonna go to the melon house, but I'm gonna leave the melons behind and alone entirely. As well as... I'm thinking out loud right now. I'm still gonna get the eggs, I think, just in case. Alright, I should be, I think, a minute or so behind, so it's still not that bad. I think I lost like 10 seconds to not getting a dolphin early, but it's no problem, really. I'm also gonna be winning time at Nels Desolation, the tower. If I don't die, of course.
Showing off some crazy firepower. And interestingly, out of all of the Chinese teams, they seem to be the most patient. In fact, if you watch their chicken dinner game in the weekly survival match, they had 0 kills.
However, now that I'm thinking of
When
it, the
game
combat
ended, they
in
scored 11 kills
uh,
and won a
the
chicken dinner.
best run so far was super good. So it might be still a bit sketchy. No bad mob spawns, please.
Genji was the first team to advance
Yeah, it's
to the
fine.
final among
Good.
the Korean teams. The going was tough.
Alright. I need to really rearrange my inventory a bit. This for a long time. Gotta bring the thing potion too. Alright.
Genji occupied a church graveyard and fought.
Yeah, like I said, a minute behind. But this is a good start. Okay. Move this to 1, get this out of my inventory, and let's go east. Alright. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good. 1 minute, 1 second. I'm gonna be winning quite a bit. Since I got to the tower. So yeah. I think we're truly gonna know how far I'm behind as soon as we get to Gozak, which is 2 towers away.
That's right, it's FaZe Clan. We took the last plane ticket to the weekly final. In the weekly survival, where winning chicken dinner is all that matters, FaZe Clan really struggled to show up. In a total of 8 games, from the 8th match to the 15th match, they placed 15th 3
I wonder
times,
if
14th once, and 13th twice.
all towers before 3 hours is possible, because I got them all at 3 hours and 6 minutes.
In the final moment against Zenith,
I lost a lot of time
previously knocked onto Shinboy,
by having to eat melons, which is obviously suboptimal.
eventually.
I've got a lot more bread now, which I'm... No, actually I'm not gonna make them now. I need the wooden planks. And yeah, I am gonna get the axe. I need the Oh, fuck me. This is rough.
It's time for you to make your decision. And even if you voted to cheer on your team, you still have chances. Don't forget.
I think I might have lost a little bit of time. Well, I obviously lost time, but I need those planks to climb up onto Mel's Desolation's tower in combination with... Can I stop falling into holes, please? Thank you. I need this in my offhand. Eat. It's good that Mel's Osine didn't get a hit off on me. That would have lost me a bit of time. And I think I only lost like 1 minute in... God damn it, 1 second or so in combat. Right.
See you next week, guys.
Oh, fuck. No, stop this, Casper. Come on. Right. I think I should be able to make it to the top if I do it correctly. Alright. Still lost 10 seconds, but that's okay. Now we're gonna go north, I think. Yep. Alright. Next up, we gotta get the axe in the, excuse me, rock with silverfish infestation.
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better.
Fuck.
You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception.
Now,
You can never predict
uh,
the only thing
I
you can
gotta
control
get the
is how
tower from the black jungle, and from there it's straight to Gozak.
over and over.
I need to
Players
get
adapt,
2 beds,
trying to improve, fighting hard for every
and
percent gain.
wait, actually do I? No, I only need 1, I think. But I still need to get a bed.
You've got to the challenge and show your finest.
Yeah, I only need 1 bed. But I still need to get it. And I need to craft the bread using the wheat I have in my inventory from Turbial.
Bring your best out.
Ah,
Strive for perfection.
why do I get golden vines of all things? Okay, there's the rock. Alright, and we are out. I wonder why these silverfish didn't attack me, but it's whatever.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to PGIS. It is time for our first ever weekly final where we determine who is going to be able to take that huge head start in becoming our PGIS champion. It is an awesome moment here as we witness what has happened so far, not only through the weekly survival, not only through the rankings matches, but all of these teams moving into Seoul, South Korea to find out who is going to become champion of this tournament. A warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kyle Laris. I have Avenger and Froz here with me. The teams are getting ready to get into our first ever weekly final, and it's a magic moment, Avenger. It's been a lot of work.
This terrain is awful to get through.
Yeah, it's been a long road ahead for these guys, and
but I think I've done quite
than a
fine.
month since they started traveling out, so they have been spending a lot of time getting prepared for exactly this moment here. The weekly finals where you get the big prizes, obviously starting here with the first week and then growing further and further, but it's really important to get a strong start because the more money you get, obviously the bigger share of the prize pool you get,
I gotta
the bigger
get
share of the
on
crowdfunded
the
prize pool you
foliage.
get as well. Your votes has hopefully been cast already because it's been just 1 minute across the deadline, and this is the time where you can really start earning some of these big spicy
Now
points
let's
for this one here.
go.
Definitely so. One of the teams is going to have a big leg up when they are able to earn $25,000 for that first place here to get things going. Froz, I couldn't be more excited. It's a great 16 teams we have.
Great 16 teams, and it's back to basics. No more swapping, obviously, no more swapping teams.
Fuck. This is rather unlucky. Now I need to build, but it's still okay, I guess. I didn't mean to use Calamity there, but True Catastrophe, I should say.
It's more like looking at their drop spots now. Are we gonna have some clashes? Because we know that
Still golden. It's whatever. Alright, red.
was taken by other teams later on. So I wonder if we're gonna see some clashes.
No, wait, it's blue. I know my stuff. Damn it. And that's a lot of time lost, but it's okay.
We do have 10 games across the next 2 days here to determine who's going to be able to walk away with the lion's share of our prize money. And,
now,
let's take a look at the standings and see who
using the slow farming, I'm gonna get as much
to
distance as I
this
can.
point, because the 16 teams all won a chicken
10 seconds.
dinner throughout the previous weekly survival.
Right.
We start things
Being
off
on the
at
foliage
very
here
top
is
with
risky.
Sonic, who
I should
undoubtedly
look to
Avenger
get
have
down as soon as I
impressed
can
a few times
without
already in
dying.
the tournament.
Can I?
They bring from winning pieces
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. God, I did not like that. Ah,
also some
fuck.
of the content they've been making, I've been watching them, and honestly, their confidence is just shining through. And coming into this, they literally just believe these guys are gonna win. Like they are gonna win this tournament, and it's been showing.
Alright.
Both in
Now
how
I've got
well
the
they
split set on
execute
melon
chicken
house
dinners,
goes
how well
because
they
I
execute
used to
banana. Actually,
get
with
like
this here,
7 stacks
the
of melon
only
there.
kind of downside
I've
to this is they won the
changed my
first
strategy.
game
I'm
in
just
our
gonna
weekly
run
series.
straight
They
to
have
the
not
chest,
had
get
as
the
much
2
good
beds
kind of training or
and the
good
bread
kind
is
of
in the
practice
chest,
games because
craft
they
more
were
bread,
not able to,
and then
play
I'm
the
getting
other
out,
games that
which
they
should
obviously
mean that I
qualified
get
for
a
the
lot
first
of
one. So
time
they've
win,
been sitting back, watching the games,
even though I'm
streaming some games,
still
playing
behind.
themselves. So the question is, are they as warm as other teams
Damn,
coming
I'm
in? Because
far
FaZe
behind
Clan,
actually.
they
Wow.
obviously they planned for this. They won the last game. They had as many practice games going into the weekend.
Curious.
Froz, when you look at Sonic's first
It's
place
very
in the rankings
rough how
matches,
far I'm still
first
behind,
chicken
but
dinner
it's
in the weekly survival, you
fine.
would be, I think, at this point, a fool if you didn't look at them as one of the favorites.
I mean, they're just gonna continue on this domination streak. So far, they haven't shown any weakness. They're the team that have won most chicken dinners so far here at PGIS.
Alright.
All the games we played, and of course, they were the first one to take that weekly survival one as well. As Gordon said, they haven't played as much against all the other teams, but we're also seeing some of the teams playing a lot of good
Damn.
games.
I only won 8 seconds and I also lost like quite a bit. Considering how much time I lost in the tournament itself. Anyway, it's off to the black jungle now. Let's do the virus.
Yeah, obviously all of that recorded in terms of who
Need this
in terms
right
of who
here.
won
Yeah,
their
very good.
chicken dinners and when. So we have 5 games coming up to today with 2 Miramar and then 3 Erangel afterwards. And I think addressing how these teams actually made it to this point of venture is that when you look at Korea, we did expect a bit more from them in that weekly survival. However, it took 13 games for them to qualify.
Excuse me.
I think honestly with some of these teams, they've been kind of usually swapping lobbies here, but I don't think they've been used to how high the quality of the lobbies have been, how quick the teams are coming into this. So a lot of teams came out swinging, a lot of teams were able to make sure that they won.
Now the sooner I can get a dolphin here, the more time we're gonna win. That's soon. Hey buddy. Oi! There we go. Cool. This is time win, because last time I didn't get a dolphin at this point.
When the other teams does, if you're playing your own style, you're playing your own like you usually play with super settings, you're kind of off in terms of you're not knowing what the other teams are doing. So it's kind of turning everyone off a little bit in terms of what's happening in the games when that happens. But now we're back in super settings, everybody's on the like the normal is okay, teams have this standard for all the time for the policies as well.
Right, prize ball time. Let's see what's on the line here for our weekly final as well. We already know that some teams have been able to bag themselves a bit of cash from that weekly survival. Sonic, for example, because they won the first chicken dinner in the weekly survival with a 20 pack of $1,000. Now, cast your eyes over to the right hand side because in the weekly finals we have our first sweep. It is top 4 gets all the money. First place 25,000, then we take it down to 6,250.
Alright, cool.
So any money you can make up here is going to be able to eventually contribute towards you becoming a champion. However, as the weeks go on, the money continues to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And this is why Avenger is very important to really get to grips with these nuances with all of the teams in this. It's not just getting to grips with who you think will be the top 16. Everybody in the top 32 is going to trend. As we saw in the reseeding games with teams fluctuating from position to position.
Yeah, and as you said as well, or I'm sure you mentioned, the team that has won the most right now is obviously being crowned.
I think I've won a good bit of time here.
As much out of these prize pools throughout these weeks.
Still behind?
Also, it's
With
important
maybe
to
20-ish seconds, but I should be able to save that at the tower as well.
the more prize pool you take,
Since last time at the tower it was kinda rough. Right. Which is a juke. I'm not a fan with how many mobs there are on the bridge. Like, not at all. Ah. Oof, that's
Try to get as much
not good.
Yeah, excited to see where the prize pool ends up actually.
I need to eat now, otherwise I might die to mobs.
In the game as well for a lot of people. If you look at Sonic already having 217 plus thousand.
Yeah, I'm losing more time than I'd
It's
want
just nuts
here.
after week 1 alone. So that is very, very cool to see. Let's talk about some of these teams as well, Froz, to get things going. Obviously, China is one of the regions that we're looking at to try and perform as well as possible here, and we think we have high hopes for them. Infantry, Triumphant, Fun Gaming, and 4AM are representing China. What do you think?
So look at it, we're gonna have two Miramar and we're gonna have three angles. So
It's hard to think that we're
obviously, gonna
already
have
at the
some teams that have
6th
a
of
slow
the
start
run.
that doesn't play as good on Miramar as on Erangel. One of those teams is the big name, of course, 4AM.
Well, no, that's
Their
a bit
performance on
ambitious.
Miramar hasn't
Maybe
been
like
that
an
good,
8th.
and it's quite surprising that it's been so much better on Erangel, considering that it's
Excuse
been
me?
hot-dropping so much.
Much
towards,
skeleton
the
spawns,
L
not a
shape over
fan.
there with the Deal Athletics, but the GA is not here, so they got all of that for themselves this time. And I'm looking forward to see what's happening there. At the same time, you have a team like Tiamba that is much better on Miramar than Erangel itself. So they're probably going to have a little bit of a fast start here, getting a lot of points, because they need to do that. Remember, they only get 2 games on Miramar, and then they have 3 on Erangel.
And obviously there was a lot of support for 4AM as they get themselves the 3rd place during the Pick'em Challenge week 1 to start things off. Sonics was running away with it. I think that for a lot of people in North America, especially Avenger, this is an extremely proud moment to be able to see them being not only the front runner in the Pick'em Challenge, but just the front runner in a lot of people's minds right now.
Yeah, both being able to dominate the ranking system.
I don't
and also winning
understand.
the first
Oh
match of
wow,
the weekly series.
I just
Like,
skipped
these
the
guys
entire
are
thing.
off to a
That
good
wasn't
start. I'm really hoping
necessary.
that they can continue on this momentum here because they have a lot of support behind them, and if they can run with that, the confidence you get from just the support alone is insane, and that will transfer straight into the game.
Good.
They
This
will
is
win more
pretty
fights,
clean.
they will take more fights, and these
Don't
guys
let
are
it charge the
high-flying.
entire way, else I'm losing time.
Had the pleasure of
Get
talking a
the
bit
stack
about
of low
Mortals
blackstone,
as well,
and now we
also,
can
I've been seeing again, H-Win has
mostly get
really grown
up
into
on
a
the
player
tower.
being
Good stuff.
amazing
Alright,
at frag
take
and
the
also an
bed,
amazing
sleep.
Yeah, there's a lot of,
Lot of time in.
a lot of eyes
Lot
are on
of
Sonics
time
right now, but a lot of eyes
here.
are also on Gen G.
There we go, back to the black jungle, which is the 3rd door here,
on their shoulders alongside Africa
and
Freaks
we
here,
go
but Gen G
to the
might be the stronger
east.
prospect right now,
Good.
despite Africa Freaks having won
Alright,
PWS just
good
before
stuff.
us.
That was
Look at the performance from
honestly
both
rather
these
clean.
teams. It's kind of
I'm a
equal
fan.
right now.
I'm a big
And
fan.
I feel like this weekly finals we're gonna have here is gonna determine who's the strongest one of them, currently at least. Looking at Gen G, it hasn't looking too good, a little bit shaky, but I think it will round out pretty good.
And what's better than one American team advancing through the first 5 chicken dinners than 2 of them shoot to kill Avenger here
Now,
with a
if I manage to find a chest with lapis lazuli somewhere along the way, I need to bring that with me, but I don't think I can find a chest with lapis.
Yeah, and
A
of course
convenient
also,
one.
Luke 12 representing
That is.
his region as well, the Oceanic region. He's been playing with them for a long time, and these guys have been on top for a very long time. But as you said here, they have been struggling a little bit in the PCS series, and
Excuse me?
not been performing to the level that we kind of expected them to. But I think coming into this, they were more motivated than
Now
ever. They were
again,
hungrier
I'm
than
gonna
ever,
be going
and
to
I think we're gonna
Saad,
see
which
some good
means
stuff
I
from
have
them
to
here
cross an
in the
ocean.
weekly finals. I
The
think
sooner I get the dolphin,
might be
the
like
better
a
it is for the run.
slide outside the top 4 for me right now, but
Obviously.
I really want to see them surprise me and get a
But I
top
think
4
I can
in the
actually
first
get
week.
one
Comes
pretty
back to what I
quickly.
was saying about Sonic just before, where a
Ow.
lot of eyes are on them, Froz, and I think for a good, the whole of 2020, a lot of eyes in North America were on shoot to kill, and how do we catch up to them? And Sonic seems to have done that and more, it seems.
Yeah, they have done more, but at the same time, I think Shoot to Kill got a lot of more eyes on them after them hot dropping on top of FaZe during the weekly games there. So I mean, it's kind of interesting to see how this will shape up. Will that hurt them in the long run? Will FaZe go for the comeback, for the payback, or what's gonna happen? Is STK gonna go Milta? Because after they took out FaZe from Milta, they actually dropped there, and that's where they had their best games. Not Yasnaya, where they normally drop.
Froz, we've been working too long together because you stole my transition. Damn it!
Oh no!
I thought that was Dolphin, but it wasn't.
ST, let's address the elephant in the room. STK and FaZe going up against one another. Avenger. There are a lot of eyes are on
they
that.
are.
You see, Roz, because obviously that was a point of contention. STK were not happy about FaZe managing to squeak into the top 16 here, Avenger, and potentially annoy them in these games. What are we thinking, Avenger? Do you think we'll see it materialize?
All right.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see some revenges, but it's not gonna come until it's important. Like, so if imagine when shoot to kill, they're like in a
Thought the Dolphin. Oh, I'm losing its attention now. Sorry, bye.
And Faceland is like they've been maybe having some hard games, and they cannot make the point. Like, guess who's back, boys?
Indeed, indeed. Avengers Revenges is back from CEL. That was one of the worst ones. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. It's game number 1 of the weekly final here. As our top 16 teams from weekly final
Stop losing the damn Dolphin, Casper. What did I just say? Can I?
The tournament as a whole. A huge thank you to our sponsors as we get everything to me. Perrier, Intel, as we get
It's a few seconds of time lost, but
as we head over to High Pot and Pansy for all the action.
Thank you so much, and yes, of course, you who are just tuning in, this is of course PGIS presented by Intel, where the gaming happens. And we finally have the game on our hands.
this is such a weird side. Whatever. I should be nearing Saad now.
Kiss arse. Absolute kiss arse. Not having any of that. Love them to pieces, but I
There we are. I see the coastline of Saad. Good.
Now we're here, we get to see what it looks like in those super settings, the traditional format that we all know and love. The mean show kills actually do equate to points meaning prizes. So we're back into the fights matter and early scuffles can happen. Those troll sends to the circle and the center not be so viable now, but still, looking at the lobby, where do your eyes go here, Hypop? What are you looking for this time?
I feel B. Now don't jump on land, Mr. Dolphin. Good boy.
Elsewhere, I mean, so yeah, looking up at K7 and Vertus Pro as well, but love to see if any of these actually turn out into any early game scraps. Kurt seems to have got himself a little bit lost in. Again, a bit of a funky plane, so a lot of the map really unavailable here. Kurt sending out some VSS shots early on. That's a throwback, actually. That's a VSS that has here. Appreciate that comment, but
I should have gotten up there, but it's okay. This is still time 1.
No? Surely I'm
Good stuff. Yeah, this is good. I might be actually winning a lot of time here. Because I shouldn't be able to get up on the tower before the cooldowns. Still on.
Different looks. But again, yeah, I think hot drops are going to become quite prevalent. I'm not so worried about Miramar as such, if I'm honest, because as much as yes, you probably will have your preference.
Right,
you see a
now
lot of
I'm
kind of those
moving
backup
away
drops
from
pretty polarizing.
Calamity for the parkour section, because I don't want to fall to my death
I don't
due
think
to the
it's gonna be a
speed.
huge problem here. Erangel's a different beast altogether.
Eat.
Little
Oh
different
god,
for me. I think that's where we're gonna have to
that
really
was
pay attention, but
sketchy.
it's 2 Miramar, 3 Erangel, if I'm not mistaken, in that order. So I feel as though
Alright, good.
we should have a little bit of a nice, quite's the wrong word, probably a slower walk, maybe a nice welcome party.
Being
You know,
a
it's the
bit too
afternoon,
careful
we haven't
here,
had coffee so far,
but
you know,
I'd
build
rather
up.
be careful than fall to my death.
I'll get a coffee by
Now, get the spruce wood, get on top of the tower. That's a lot of time loss. Interesting. Wait, no, Mel's translation is blue. Casper, get a load of yourself. 6 seconds lost.
You know, fending a team away from
Oh well.
car spawns or anything like that. Again, you know, how much scrims are going to play into a part of this, and the research factor is something that is always prevalent in PUBG. But I'm expecting a slow start on Miramar, Erangel. I actually don't think it will be the same. I'm with you. I think there's going to be a little more madness once these guys warm up a little bit.
Now, I'm fairly sure that even though I'm behind right now, eventually, because I'm eating bread instead of melons at this point, I should be making it up right around the time that we get to Anir I said? Yeah. Anir. That
That
should be the point at which we win time again. Fuck.
Different looking game. So mentally, they have to somehow recalibrate, get back to the fact of what they can have in front of them. It's a huge switch up with the space of 2 days.
Well, it's interesting actually. We talk about the kind of psychology of that, right? Sonic's on the screen right now, perfect example of that. We were talking about the confidence plays from them, the momentum. They're a team heavily reliant on that, right? So having that reset, again, if they don't kind of...
I'm winning time here due to routing. Last time I lost a lot of time. The last run I lost a lot of time in this section here.
They've been in the situation, right? They've done the last game qualifier and come through and have to reset and say, right, that was our last chance, we made it, now we actually need to turn up. So it's interesting to kind of compare that.
Excuse me?
Yeah, and of course, my mind needs to switch as well, because I'm used to a very quiet first 2-3 circles. I mean, we've already had a couple of shots, a little bit of posturing. With the circle where it is, the centralized point is north of Los Leones, so the kind of, I guess, prime cut of the stake would be somewhere towards the north. You're seeing Sonic's over there, TSM, Liquid, Oath.
Now, if I can get a dolphin here, I'm gonna win time, because I didn't get one in my PP.
We didn't see many Korean teams looking great early on. At least in the weekly.
Which would be the funny.
Now, once they made it through to the weekend, eventually, Genji got there, Freaka Freaks got there. It was late in the day, but they made it through. Now you have to kind of recalibrate your consideration of these teams as well, because they're exceedingly strong when it comes to this format.
Indeed, actually, all the teams going there again. Sonic's obviously come up towards that's their go-to hill. You can actually see Oath and Liquid, that split I was kind of talking about across Leonis. Actually, pretty much split in vertical lines down on either side. Actually, look at this, Kurt. Gonna get pulled up on by all the Fury here, and he is solo at the compound.
Yeah, and that little bit of a handrail just absolutely did him in, but now he's in danger. And Fury aren't going to slow down. They don't need to be passive anymore. This kill is fine. This gets him a point, and Putty Curdy can't do much. He has to back away, find a bit of safety from his grenades, and he can't. Rusty's arrow waiting on the wing is going to just deliver the bullet from the mini, and Fury are going to get that.
Mission spot the dolphin.
Shoot to kill. Gonna get at least plucked away for now, not able to hold this kind of two.
No
I don't want to say 1-1, but
response as of yet.
With him either. These guys
Only squids.
Which again, a little sketchy here.
Again, in a position like this, you got to assume if you're going to split it, there's going to be a team that
Perfect fish. In one of my runs I got poisoned here, and that cost me a lot of food, which was unlucky.
It's always a talking point in PUBG, but this time around, Kurt able to fend off Fury and will lose his life for it. I mean, they still have a
again squid, but no dolphin.
If you know anything about SDK, that they're all about that early control. They like spreading the way we just saw them. So it's weird actually to see Kurt not really have a contingency, not have a get out of jail free card almost to escape the compound.
Again, if you're going to pull those kind of
being behind here, as far as I am, might actually spell trouble for Hellcracks. Since ideally you want it to be night. Well, actually, not even ideally. You have to have it be nighttime in Hellcracks, or else you're just completely fucked with the amount of guests that spawn. So, in order to have it be night in Hellcracks, I need to sleep at the Lorencal Tower. But if nighttime ends before I get to the Lorencal Tower, actually no. I should be fine. Actually, I should be fine. Still gonna be more close than I would like it to be, and I'm not a fan of change. So, but you know, we take what we can get. No dolphin is unlucky, but no time loss in comparison to my previous PB.
But again, 4 AM, bit of a curious one. They were very aggressive and they were hot dropping DA. I mean, we had some real moments there. Zanan, roll your mind back to him on top of the hospital. Like a fantastic performance, and here's you know, maybe feeling better than sticking around and falling foul like old Putty Curdy did. So probably the right choice here for Virtus.
Alright, here we are. Now if I can get not shot, that would be good.
Teammates,
Thank you.
expecting anything to come of that. Again, Sonic's pretty short.
Easy juke, easy juke, easy juke.
Nice little two-tap there from Tig. Again, expecting Sonics to hold on to this one with all they've got. They love playing this area early on. It's their go-to. You can see Hman kind of flexing out elsewhere. He's looking for information on rotations, anything else he might be able to catch wind of.
Easy juke.
Leaves Tiggleton to roam around there, do what he does best, to spam mini shots in all 4 directions.
Cute village. Absolutely love it here. Give me gay apple, thank you. Make a bucket and make an extra shield. Cool. Get this out of here, get this in my inventory. Also, I'm bringing it back actually. Alright. That was clean. I might be close to PB again. If I don't mess up the tower at Lorenkal, PB should be possible. Although I say that, last time I died, not last time, one of my runs I died at this tower because one of those ghosty boys knocked me back and I fell too hard, which was sure something, which is why I'm gonna be slightly adjusting my strategy in terms of that tower now. Please, thank you. Alright. Now we need to climb this. Wait, I thought I had water. Excuse me. What the fuck? So weird. The poison. I should be fine though. Okay. Does that not work like that? That's dumb. Anyway.
But beyond that though, I also want to highlight that well, to be fair, I was gonna have a chat about this.
Yeah, I was about to say. Can the poison stop, please? 21 seconds! Alright.
Now, I have been casting with Poro, and he's been coming.
Christ alive, this is so long and so much damage.
I can't really do the American accent, but I'll go for it. Guys, get ready with... Actually, no, you can't even properly place it. It's a little bit of a cheat, but ST5.
It's about to run out, so whatever.
H3, W4, LJ6. I'm sure by now it's already gone. I didn't even need to say it up. I know you guys are ready for that as it comes up. But actually, circle shifted again. This is where it gets concerning for me. Okay. And yes, I love it, but I'm just concerned because it's game 1.
Alright,
just in the building. Okay, so the Brazilians
Please don't
have
shoot me,
taken
thank you.
the compound that they desire the most. FaZe, kind of on the slightly more construction side of things, in the industrial area, just having to back away themselves. Losing out on Gustav and no ability to trade. Welcome to the city, folks. You better be careful where you run. Now, Freaka Freak's going to send it in towards the outskirts. Just going to pick up some of those industrial buildings, but it looks like Korean action's about to happen. Gen G pulling up at the wrong time. Hansy's already on the ground. M4 on the hand.
Spider joking. That's epic.
But again, if they can keep through alive and get to
Now I need to sleep. It has to be day at this point. I'm shooting myself in the foot if I don't sleep. Fuck.
They're going to try and reposition again. Look at the minimap. Look at the minimap.
Now, honestly, it shouldn't be that big of a time loss considering that I shouldn't die. The sleeping in the tower is only a matter of whatchamacallit, a safeguard in case you die, so that you don't have to run too far. But man, I'm still not a fan of having slept in the middle of nowhere. It do be kinda yikes though. Alright.
Eastern side, you've got a Freaka Freaks, infantry, north, 4 AM. Virtus Pro running each other over. Don't worry about it. They're not even in the circle yet. They're taking their time on
Let's
the
go.
outskirts. So, brutal.
I'm not a fan of the water bucket just doing whatever it wants. Okay.
We need enjoyment in this. You need to find that joy in your life here. I do like where Liquid currently are. That has been a decent position in the past, kind of over the cliffside. I feel as though this has got to go towards...
No, but see, that's the best possible thing that could happen. That's the best possible thing that could happen.
That is true. I mean, it's only VP who have to kind of shuffle, so you should be fine.
And yeah, and they are going to have a slice again. A couple of those teams we saw early on, STK, Oath, TSM, I think up towards those north warehouses. They've kind of cleared a little bit of a path, but this is going to be mad.
Now, I need to consciously check this chest if it has any lapis lazuli. Probably won't, but if it does, I need to snag that shit. I only need 2 or 3, but you know.
We just had a game mode that didn't reward kills. Now we have deathmatch.
Yes.
This is perfect. This is exactly what I want. I like where TSM are. They've got some nice high ground to this defendable area. Again, you've got to think about who your neighbors are. You've got Oath just beside TSM, but they're looking more towards infantry in the north. So again, it's kind of very divided by mostly the roads, because that is that open ground that you'll have to traverse. Those smokes will have to be invested earlier, potentially, than holding late game. Now look at this, sweep and clear coming out.
Excuse me? Can I stop?
South in towards Liquid territory. Now Liquid aren't playing 2'd up here. They're very split. But Mexi's got a good bit of vision on this one, but carefully does it, spraying in, trying to make that connection with the mini. But as Tiggleton's trying to get towards the very foot of this building. Now the point for Jeans is he can't look directly down, right? That's not going to be the case. So he needs the rest of Liquid to help him out here, because he really doesn't want to share this.
No, but I think fall damage wise he could drop onto that canopy below, but whether or not Sonics commit to the full clear here. Again, James, if he can hold on to... Actually, he's going to opt to come down. Maybe get a little bit aggressive. He caught the feet of Shrimsy there. Oh my god.
Let's see if he's spicy or if he's wild. Come on, James. Let's see what you got here. A little bit of not too much. Smoked out on the stairwell. He's trying to cut this place up into several pieces so he can maybe work around it. Decides to go towards the roof. Let the rest of his team to play into this. He needs to be careful. There are players with better elevation. Exactly. Jeeves! Oh my god, he's made it. He's out of there. He's dipped out, but can he make it away from the building? I don't know if he's anywhere to safety. It looks like
Ow. Ow. Alright.
Clearing the top floor here. They can't find him. And while this happens, Jeeves makes a great escape from the
Now I just run straight past these guys. Wait for them to fire at me and then we go up.
Really unfortunate there. It's taken a little too long to clear the
Alright. We lost 3 seconds, but it's no biggie.
Again, I think
Straight to the end of
kind of isolated himself down the ground floor.
here to the left. And we go north. No. Sorry, we go west. Please don't hit me. I've never not gotten over the bridge, so that's interesting. Anyway.
So this battle is Miller walks away with, I guess, the best fighting chance. Because they're going to take lumps out of each other. Already 4 AM though, they're a scary team in these scenarios. Infantry looked great in a team fight, but that came in super late on Erringo when we had that melted power-ish circle. So again, we haven't seen too much of them beyond that. They were very quiet before, so I wonder how they're going to fare coming into this, for example, where they will be forced to somewhat fight here, at least on this cross. Now they did lose out on 9, which was, I believe, the youngest player, if I listened correctly. But now it's crazy piling in shots, and most of those are hitting, but very lightly it seems, where they have certainly done some good damage. Virtus.pro going to try and skirt around the edge of this.
I should have gotten up there, come on. Here, at this point we're only 16 seconds behind, which is honestly super good. And I think last time I didn't split the iron ingots in time, so the red and the gold might both be slightly wrong. Alright. This is actually super good stuff. I'm vibing. Now, all I need is for... Yep, that's good. All I need now is for it to become nighttime. Give me these, okay.
To west to south position, and now they have to deal with them coming their way. Maybe they would have liked to have considered their next option in front of them.
Yeah, VP do have a little bit of space to move into, but it's going to take a lot of utility to cross this area. You can already see the Molotov coming through. I think that was Tiggleton actually from the top window there. So
alright. Taking this with me.
Can't get a lot of blue actually.
And now I forgot to split again. I'm just gonna split anyway. However, I am well and truly ahead now. Now, if it could become nighttime, that would be swell. Why am I not? Excuse me. That's a fuck ton of damage. Oh, dolphin. Let's go, buddy.
Utility.
The line of noise in that smoke is going to make it incredibly difficult for 4 AM to run forward. Direct to do a damn good go, but as soon as he gets away from the smoke for just a second, he's dead. This looks like 4 AM are getting held back by the blue by 6 seconds.
Crazy and blue. I guess that after alive, you could say, yeah, forever. Actually fallen there. But in terms of, I mean, damage control, actually getting 2 bodies inside it gives them a fighting chance. Where's he going to try and hold the angle a little bit, but advantageous circle. SDK or actually go for the clear here. Hunter will. He's stopped his teammate. Alo's down.
It's a bit of a mess, but Luke's whiffed it as well. Close to the wall. The barrel just dips up, and now Crazy's
no.
Oh, that's a fumble. Oh, that's a huge mess. What on earth just happened, shoot to kill? It all fell to pieces. They had 2 players to clear by 1 broken bit of wall who barely have gear on them right now. No helmets. Oh, dear, that's a tragedy in the making. Now, beyond that, I think I saw a knock on towards Sonics as well, but I think they got the player back up. I think they disengaged away from Liquid, looking towards the mini-map. I'm seeing them kind of just slightly on the north side of the road there.
As long as I have enough bread and apples to get to Kazai, We should be looking at a minute of time 1. Every melon I don't have to eat is basically time win. Thank you, Mr. Dolphin. Very based. It's still light out, which is a problem, since there's gonna be ghosts. Since I obviously slept later than I usually do. But it is turning night, so, you know, that's good. Otherwise I need to waste time waiting for it to become night. And if I don't have to, I don't want to, obviously. These ghosts will absolutely ruin my day if I let them. Please stop spawning. And they don't despawn at night either, which is very rough. Domain of Melis, we're here. Okay. The fact that I got poisoned at Laura and Carl might mean that I die now here. Which is obviously absolutely fucked. But I think it's now at the point in time where there are no more ghosts spawning because they spawn more zombie villagers and piglin. Zombie piglin and normal piglin. There they are. Okay. Yeah, this is good. We're still fine. There's the tower. Alright. Oh god! Fuck me, dude. Right. Alright. I'm just gonna take my time. Almost fucking killed myself there. That would have been genuinely awful. Why do I do these things to myself, dude?
Yeah, Clint's there too. They're all coming over. And again, this is where the points actually really matter. This is a huge moment for them. They need to get this clean. But
Alright.
going to make this tricky.
We are good.
Fluffing the flash with limited amount of time.
I am not vibing. Oh god. Alright, I'm just gonna do this. Should be high enough.
So this is where we start looking towards kind of, you know,
okay. Good fucking god. 30 seconds ahead though. Get rid of this. Deep breaths. Come on, warp. And we go to the... Wait, where do we go? Bruh. Yeah, north. Don't let the ghosts hit you, Casper. Right. Good. I don't quite know how I lost that much time last time, right? Because I know for sure that I used Calamity to get up in here. Oh, excuse me. So that's interesting. Oh, I slept. I slept in Hellcrack's tower. That's what happened.
Try and stick the first aid kit, but again, very difficult through.
All right.
7. Well, actually, phase 8 now has posted anything again. Actually, the footstep goes away. Pack cap.
Fuck, dude.
Expected it, but he will fall to blue, so no kill.
I always get so nervous at Hellcracks, and now it's basically just smooth sailing. There are a few more stress points. One of them is the Anirnogur tower. I shouldn't fall to my death there. The other one, I think Merijool? The one where the dead zombie villagers protect the mill and you have to shoot the
territory, but this might be the end of their run.
target. It's where I get my bow. That one's also a bit risky.
He's having a terrible time. Just gravity, probably his biggest enemy, but he has gone flush this time, so no easy way forward. But Oath and Sonic's looking like they're about to clash here. This is a scary little NA battle going on, and then you've got Necro just in the middle of it. Now, bear in mind, Sonic's have put down so many smokes, so much utility. Flashes to hand. Rello barely sees a pixel, but he finds it. That till's been gone. Good stuff, but does he continue to push? Flashing where he lost it.
No, I should wait with eating.
They are trying to survive. They create new bits of cover. Caps though finding Raspu. That's Fury now gone. This is a bloody battle, and Necro could be the undoing. He's not landed it as clean as he'd want. Mine has gone down though, and he still stands. Necro, 60 HP, stimmed up, still doing well, keeping Furia safe. He is their front man, and Sonics have gone. They could not withstand the fight against Furia and Oath at the same time.
H-Win's tucked himself inside the wall. He's actually still standing here. So Necro up on top. I think picked off some of his teammates. H-Win finally has to show his hand.
Don't have a dolphin.
I think Chichi are moving up towards them. This is insanity from them. They're going towards this fight. I think they're looking for the kills. Flash comes in. H-Win is in danger. Tries to dip back around. I don't know how they're going to survive this. Genji pushed the road. Necro's still doing damage. H-Win's still there. What? H-Win's still alive. I thought Sonics were done for, but he somehow managed to live during that. Bit of an
Don't poison me, please.
H-Win, how are you doing this? How is he alive through all of this?
No way. No
Oh my god, H-Win! So well, he just got found at the end. Just about found him. Sorry to go down, but my oh my, how did that happen? And how are FaZe?
Alright, yeah, last time I forgot to split the oh fuck. Last time I forgot to split the Karma and Warp, which is why I'm only 30 seconds ahead. But it's not bad. I need to go here.
FaZe just scratched through in last place in the final chance to get through, and now they come out and win game 1. FaZe Clan, are you kidding?
Who else? Who else could it be?
No dolphins, but that's fine.
This is literally, I mean, Luke's been putting out some tweets about this being scripted. Like, play for the last win, they come out, and this is exactly what I mean, right? They get through on the last game, but this is where they know they need to step up, right? And this is where we see FaZe kind of, I guess, excel, right? It is now that they kind of have the freedom to play as they want.
I'm feeling good about this.
Perfectly timed push, Genji opting push to the north. And just Sonics, I can't believe H-Win stayed alive that long.
There's a bit of time to be won at what's it called? One of the Twin Isles, because I went completely in the wrong direction there, which was dumb.
Genji moving to the north to try and catch the end of the remnants of the fight going on. They got picked to pieces. FaZe moved into perfect position. And here we are.
I got out of my boat too early.
I mean, it's a mental ending, right? It really isn't your standard ending.
Still, we should be fine.
I always like a little bit of variety, something new, something different. You know, the teams are so well versed in the traditional ending, so that was good fun for me. I hope you enjoyed it. We're not going to hear from you because we're going to head back to the panel to hear more from them in case the pre-show wasn't enough.
Yeah, that was a long one, I'm not going to lie, Lauren. Thank you very much. But oh boy, was it worth the wait, because a Lost Leonis ending here to get things going for our first match in R10. Fantastic stuff. FaZe, technically Avenger, back-to-back, baby.
Yeah, back-to-back, that's great. And especially, this is like a super urban ending. Like, this is probably one of the hardest games to win, but they played it super cleverly.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to enter one of the best regions of this map. You know what I'm talking about. You've been waiting for it. I present to you Gay Desert. Good stuff.
Only being 3 there, if there were 4, they were going to be playing much more kind of aggressive and playing much more rounded. But for this being 3, they're like, we're gonna have a hard time winning some battles here. So let's play free. Let's try to play safe for the late game, and let's try to get into.
Oh, I can get gay apple. That's good.
Like, that was perfectly cut out for them all the way through.
Very chill end here for FaZe as well, Proz.
I like gay apple.
A lot of the fights going up on towards the north, and they just, you know, meander
Hey, Jab.
kind of in and deal with Genji on their way.
One of the hard things with urban ending like this is the communication. It's got to be on point. And one of the problems that they've had is that none of the players are actually native English speakers. So they've had a little rough one with the communication, actually. This is something I got from talking with the Dids. So this is a good testament to it's actually working. It's actually becoming better. And a lot comes to down, of course. They haven't seen each other for a year, being on land together and stuff like that. But now, it looks good. It looks good. It's a great start for them. Hope they can keep it up.
Yeah, just to reinforce the point, we can take a look now at the overall points coming in from this game. And we are back.
I think there's a lot of time to be both lost and won here in this area.
Every point
Considering that,
yeah,
this is just awful terrain. Oh god, that's exactly not what you should be doing.
But towards the top, it will be FaZe grabbing themselves the #1 spot with 16 points total.
Almost killing myself. Good stuff, Casper.
Anyway,
let's forget that happened.
It is, in my memory, one of the most players alive in a game like this, especially such a stack up here. Both managed to play it extremely well. They kind of cut out a course for them. Relo was able to get 6 kills throughout this game, and they were able to keep so many players alive throughout this game here. Really impressive to watch.
Imagine if I'd killed myself there. That would have been the dumbest shit.
They opened them up easily. Even with Furia putting on a little bit of pressure on Oath, also of course on Sonics, they managed to do extremely well. Tigleton here with 800 damage talks to how much of a fragger he is as well. H1 of course is well up there.
Yeah, Sonic's able to survive quite a long time throughout the game, and then unfortunately for them, I guess it's forcing them to have to push into that scenario where you're against a Furia, you're against an Oath Froz. Do you think that there was anything different that they could have done, or were they just that was the situation and the hand that they were dealt?
I feel like they played
still, I think, due to the pathing that I'm winning time here.
Actually took very favorable positions when it comes to
if
shooting.
I don't fuck this up.
Bro. And that's what you're kind of trying to do when you get an urban ending like this. It's super hard to try to rotate around from house to house. You're most likely going to lose people. You're going to use a lot of utilities. And if you're out of utilities, it's going to be super hard in the end game. That's why you want to play aggressive as both of the teams did and try to get as many kills as possible, get as many points as possible before it's too late.
And let's address a little bit of a concern for, I guess, some viewers maybe out there who are thinking to themselves, wait a minute, Avenger, the last circle's come down, and about 70 to 80% of the circle is not being played. Can you explain to the viewers, maybe who are a little bit newer to PUBG, as to why there is no one playing that kind of courtyard area?
So the courtyard is basically one open area with a few barrels, a small statue, and even the edge of the statue is too low to even hide behind.
No, I'm gonna keep these
still, though. I want
just
to say,
in
like,
case.
in a situation like this where you have an
I
open
hear a
area,
mob and
you don't
I'm
wanna
not a
dive
fan.
with smokes. Like, if you can put up 2 smokes in front of you and have your backs free, that's what you should be doing. Especially with the circle moving, like, near you.
Okay, did he drop his bow?
3, 4, 5 smokes across the team.
Okay, cool.
Like, you
I
want
think
to
he
play
did.
as much as you can. Of course, unless you're in a third-party situation where you believe you can third-party get some points out of it. But the courtyard still wasn't played by anyone. It could maybe have been played by a few teams. Maybe Sonics on the west side, maybe Liquid from the south. But they were so trusting in their third-party ability that they went for the kills and the points instead.
Here we go. God damn it.
You have to put up a smoke wall with 3 smokes. The smokes have to be there.
Alright, no
time,
funny, it didn't come.
You're gonna be sitting ducks
Out of
in the
here.
team
I
sitting inside the houses.
Okay,
the
cool.
is basically so open. Has no walls, only barrel to play cover from.
Yeah, definitely so.
Yeah, I should be able to make a Kazai with the apples I've still got left. Good stuff. Alright. No risks today. I let my run die here once, and that's more than enough.
As well, when you look at kind of their campaign here, it was a bit of a rougher road here for them in this game. But I think, you know, still a lot of people are expecting a lot from an Africa Freaks team here, Buzz.
Yeah, they had a little bit of trouble. They came in from the east side and was very east of the city. And we saw that the circle kind of went towards the west side. So...
Alright!
Some free kills, which is 3 points at least. And one thing to take away from this whole game was that in Circle 3, we had 50
Wait,
players
and I...
inside Los Leones. That's
What the fuck?
14
Where's...
16 teams already committed to Los Leones in Circle 3.
Yeah, it is here.
This is very
Damn it.
unusual. We usually see
Also, what happened to
maybe
the
in
cactus?
Circle
I need to
4
go
and
east.
5, that's when they start diving into the city.
How long do I have?
Because as
Slow
I was
falling, 20
telling you,
seconds.
Like, if you go too early, you will just get stuck in there. And I guess they took the right decision this time, but will we see more of that? That's kind of an odd thing to happen, actually.
God,
That's also the problem
I don't like the fact that I have to fall all the way down to here, but I can make it, so... Thank you, base devs, for making the slow falling so long there. Oh god. I do not like that, but that's a lot of time won that I took that risk.
Teams to come in on the northeast side, so they were one of the first layers to kind of be peeled off this apple
Let's
here.
see.
And
I think I need to
that's
take
also,
that
like,
canyon,
some
yeah.
of the right place of this is, like, you don't want to be a team that is going to be inside the city if the circle ends outside, but it was pretty clear cut in Circle 3 that this was literally going to end inside Los Leones. It's going to be a perfect, pure urban ending. It's a really extremely rare ending to have such a centered urban ending here, so teams that hesitate with getting into the cities here is often some of the teams that like to play edge, likes to be some of the teams that is coming in and some of the teams that are rarely playing these urban endings here.
Let's take a look at the schedule then, as we've had one game down, 4 more to go, with our first game going over to FaZe Clan. It's going to be a huge boost to their confidence here to get themselves a first win, even though it's not the biggest of
I'm
skill
getting
games,
slightly worried about my food
scary
supply, but
circle, and that's very important for them after
I
only getting
should
the
be
16th
fine.
win off the back of our weekly
Keyword
survival.
should.
So Miramar is coming up next, and then we will have 3 Erangels after that. So a crazy start here to our weekly finals. Any other teams, Froz, that jumped out to you when it comes to the ending overall that we just witnessed?
I mean, I think we gotta point this out, but I have no idea what Game Patrol is doing. We saw him trying to rotate in with 2 different vehicles. One of the vehicles went straight in, no problem at all. The other one went straight out to the east, outside to the blue, with no pressure. No one was shooting at them. No one was doing anything. But those 2 people got knocked in the blue for no reason.
I don't know about that one, man. That was a rough one. Not exactly easy. Avenger,
I just want to elaborate a little bit on it, especially when it's 5 damage per second. Like, it's 20 seconds of damage for you to die completely from 100 health, and you're coming from blue, driving in. But I think they were trying to rotate. Like, they're looking at it, saying, you know, it's a southern shift, and there's got to be a lot of space here. Like, there has to be.
I need to
they're
look
trying
at
to
my
rotate
colors.
around, I believe, but
2245,
like,
2007.
earlier, so being one of the edge teams, and they were right. There's a lot of teams in the north. They should have gone south. They just should have done it earlier.
And of course, with our last Miramar of the day, as we only have 2, I can only assume that we are going to get a very different ending to what we just saw. It's rare we get a full urban ending, never mind completely in the middle of Los Leones. But anyway, it is time. It is game number 2. I forgot in the previous shout out Zowie as well as one of our sponsors, so a huge thank you to them. But of course, Intel, the premier sponsor here for the PGIS, leading the charge into the plane as well. Let's get on with it. It's Miramar, game number 2, weekly final. Let's head over to Fancy Atlanta.
We already had a wild circle in the maybe just a welcome back to this format. This sort of rule set that we're coming into.
Are you kidding me? Why is my water doing so glitchy today? Because it usually doesn't. The last run I had 0 problems with it. Oh god, I don't like this.
Again, an interesting point made on the desk. Now that we've kind of had this,
Isn't there a chest with
objective altogether
blocks
this
here
weekend.
somewhere.
I think a couple of teams are going to find it difficult to kind of differentiate between that kind of edge.
Just gonna be chilling for
if
5
that's
seconds.
Their go-to, right? You can't play edge. You can't set the free. You cannot play edge in that previous server. It's just a non-starter. It's just going to be so difficult to find space. Just all of those things.
Okay. Guess I'm gonna be building up.
Maybe some teams like to get themselves established a little better.
Unlucky.
He's got some company over here, over on southwest of Leonis this time around, and you do love to see it, though, don't you? You really do. Unless you're Navi.
Navi do not love it, but when you drop that far out,
yeah, it's an expectation.
You play the game,
right?
You play the game, right? It's like Ents on Erangel. When you're dropping like Zaki, you know what you're in for. However, what we're in for is it. Look, okay, it's probably not going to go Los Leones this time. We'll probably go on that south kind of rip around the coast. So, look.
It's possible.
I don't get my expectations up. Who knows? I mean, if Liquid fans, Oath fans, loving it, absolutely loving it. Of course, they dropped in towards Los Leones. On the south side of things, I kind of like Coastal Run. You'll have Infantry, Genji, and Triumphant. So, I mean, you've got a fair, start. But yeah, most of the luck is outside the circle. So, it'll be interesting to see where they gamble.
Teams a lot better opportunity to find some space and maybe get themselves situated a little better in terms of loot. We did see, James had a pumpy up until about 9 minutes into the previous game, so this should give all these teams a good opportunity to get a better read on the lobby. Again, you're not going to have to anticipate drops and dropping somewhere funky. This is the first opportunity we're going to see on Miramar, at least, where teams can maybe take something away from this one. TSM actually, again, pretty much a default drop, but spreading this in, and considering the rotations in Circle 1, again, it's just something which teams are going to send it early, which teams are going to set up rotations. That West Road becomes such a huge factor. This is another one in my eyes. If you're not moving early, you're going to be on the back foot for maybe Circles 1 to 3.
Stopping it going used to it, kind of closing it towards the north side of the circle, kind of. And again, a quick reminder for you guys at home, if you're just tuning in, maybe you saw the game was on, you thought you'd dip in here. Well, hello. Hope you're having a nice week. Secondly, kills going back to the more standard format, regional plays, more than what we had during the week. So just a quick little heads up on that one. As they're just trying to.
Waste a bit of time here to get a bit of wheat here. I didn't do that last time, but I lost a lot of time with my pathing, so in the end it doesn't really matter. Hello. Just gonna like this. Just gonna like this. Thank you. No, that's all I need. Right. That might just save me from starving to death, which sounds absurd, but honestly might not be too far away from the truth. Juke.
makes sense. It's just you're playing
I'm
a
gonna do it
game.
slightly differently this time.
Mexi's position kind of stopped that rotation as part of it. They can't map any further south with no info. That'll just be absolute madness. And
Last time I
looking at
warped
SDK,
back
PSG
to
sharing a pretty high
North
traffic area
Tharzax,
either side of the road.
straight to the Ebony
Both have got
Veld.
themselves situated
This
up on the
time,
east side. This is the east side of the
I'm
launch.
going north
This is a decent spot, but again,
from
if you leave it too late and all these compounds around the field, it's so difficult
Nimar
to
Swamp.
rotate out of it. It's just wide open spaces.
Excuse me?
Peppered from 600 meters away by 4 different teams, so it'll be interesting to see how O's play this one out if it does decide to shift further east.
Okay. It does seem as though I'm trying to think of where most teams have banked it on. It's no more east than it is south.
Pardon me?
We still have Navi working their way in AAA. K7.
I think I ate my breakfast a few seconds too quickly, which is why I've got the
So
hiccups
again, some
now.
late runners, but there's plenty. It's not as condensed. It's not as divisive as the previous circle. So I feel as though they should be okay. Versus Pro, like, okay, I know how this ends now.
We're gonna find out if this saved or cost me time. Obviously, due to the splitter being the way it is. Ow. Rude.
I really hope so. I really hope so.
Really? It's kind of cool.
Gonna need a replay. There you go.
Yeah, if we get a
There's your
slow-mo
homework
replay.
for the day, observers.
Good luck.
Why?
I await your.
They got eyes everywhere.
Why?
Eyes everywhere.
They see everything.
Huh. I.
A little gutted in one spot. I popped on the kettle. Not enough time for a cup of tea. Sat there warm. It's devastating, isn't it? Yeah. I'm using my PUBG water bottle though. You know, nice little on brand. But it is a relatively quiet circle for now. Bear in mind this is the first one to kind of come in, and most of these teams have been conditioned now to not be looking for, you know, I mean, excluding 4 AM and DA.
Ow.
DA are excluded on the weekend, mostly because of this.
Very
Dropping,
rude.
not really viable at this point. I don't think we haven't seen anyone really overlapping here.
Alright.
I think
Not a fan of this terrain.
Much necessity here.
And again, once the maybe see a few teams
Okay.
make moves. And again, it's week 1. Yes, we want to
I'm
make
gonna
it
save
look
time here because last time I
much
absolutely
as possible
had
at
a
this point, but
nightmare
again, you know,
here.
we've got
Almost
a
killed
base
myself.
situation.
Not gonna do that today. Today I'm just gonna go straight up, and we are saving a fuck ton of time here. 1 minute 26. Alright,
Yes.
Yes.
back to the Ebony Veld. 50%.
It wasn't rhetorical.
We have to go north now.
Yes, I would like fun, please, Hypok. I'm
More.
a simple person these
Right.
days.
Yeah, a bit to the
More fun,
northeast.
potential hot drops,
Northwest, that is.
having a good time. For now,
I know my
everyone
directions. What are you talking about?
I think it's
That
AAA.
was clean, by the way.
Yeah, I've made it in, so they'll be slowly working their way forward, but we get
Excuse me.
nuances updates.
Can
It
this not
depends
happen?
how it cuts
Epic.
it, if it just moves towards the south, which most people are banking on, which it probably will, kind of shuffling it forward, and then kind of sitting in between somewhere of Los Leones and the coast. Yeah, how you feeling? How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Just
Now, if
in
possible,
general,
I'm gonna see if I can get a chest with bread
yeah, I mean,
here.
this is a really good
There was
opportunity
one,
for
if I wasn't not mistaken. Hey, what up? Oh, nope, I'm totally mistaken. Oop.
The important thing is how much notice people took and whether or not some of these teams are going to make similar moves, go for a similar part of the city. Again, Sonics this time around, they are over on the west side. Oh my god, infantry and Oath actually cross the passing rotation here. Belfast hops out. How does he win that?
I don't know.
Excuse
It
me?
literally made me choke on my water. Ow! Oh, God.
With an AK
I
of all
speak of
things.
choking, yeah, I mean, damn, alright. So, casualties en route. We're going to see a few of these because there's only so many roads into Los Leones. 2 main routes, a couple kind of side
I
ones
still
on
like the
through.
strategy of the strategic
Liquid
power
break
nap
positioning
at
can definitely be a little bit
Lauren
slipped
Gal,
apart considering they could. I feel
which
they were
makes
sat here, but I don't know how much they
it
expect to move.
very easy,
Sonic's
as
great
there will be
positioning.
no
Jim
ghosts
sitting
spawning
50-50 on
whatsoever
this one, 100%
in Hellcrags,
straight
because that's what
towards
killed
Los
me
Leones, over
2
2
times in a
minutes.
row.
This time he wants up on the compound.
after like 40-50 minutes of running, which is obviously less than ideal.
Yeah, Bard actually forcing him off that angle. Sorry, it's Ivory. He's actually going to fall to that, but we see a push come out. It's a bit of a bold push if it does come. Spyro actually looking as if he's trying to get aggressive on this.
There's a house there? I have never seen that before.
Is there some blood in the water
Anyway.
you're looking to maybe get involved with? Ooh, the bombardment begins and just bombshells ringing in the ears as Merijool's dead and gone. It's
I
Bard.
need to
Now,
avoid the
Nissan
lava,
obviously with that
quite
stand in
obviously.
Book, he still did really well to get to this point. So again, pretty solid stuff from them, but they need to hunker down. They need to just keep control for now. Now keep in mind, because you guys are being so nice in chat and so, patient, previously it was Pyro bringing you them, but Hypoc this time said he wanted to again let you know there is a code available right now.
Fake news, but I'm going to hit you anyway, guys. Get ready with it. VRZW47CLSC8F. So make sure you get that one in nice and quick. Again, that's the best sales pitch you're going to get out of me all day.
That's pretty solid. Honestly, that was good.
Put it in, get some points. Points mean prizes.
Yep.
Sold.
There you go. Tuck in. No more in chat, please. Thank you very much. You've been fed for the evening. Little gremlins. Now between that wonderful from it. So gonna rejoin with the rest of BP. I mean, dangerous driving, but he does find a nice little parking spot. Gonna pull himself into that.
That for me tells me that he did ramp that bike up on the way.
It was impressive. That was impressive work. Yeah. Beyond that, though, I want to kind of talk about the circle. As much as, yes, Los Leones is in it, there is still enough space on the outskirts that this could very much keep it, towards the edge of play. Okay, no, I've lied to you. This is a Los Leones circle again.
Interesting, that rotten flesh.
Look at all the teams that then over-rotate. Well.
Hey, boys. Bye, boys.
Okay. But, do you know what? The start of the game, I was talking about the previous game, right?
I am winning a lot of time, and I'm very happy with it. Right, and now we go north.
Right, past SDK, actually no damage coming through initially, but Luke will find Gustav out of that. Kurtz
Now,
actually leading
once I get at
Oh my god, the pull-up!
whatchamacallit?
Straight brutality, Fuzzface trying to do the dance in the cars to avoid the fire, gets to the other side, gets the flush. But they've been... I don't know if this is where...
I should have brought the anvil with me, but whatever.
So a bit of a 1-for-1 trade out. Yes, they did lose out on one, but they
Back in Lauren Cal, there's an anvil, and I need an anvil later in the run, which I make, which isn't a lot of time, but still, I should have. Is there bread in this chest? No, there isn't. I'm still taking the iron though. Funny.
Keep an eye on the kill feed if they do manage to actually get close up on building the Africa Freaks. Trying to make it in. Actually, over on this is Oates' previous position. Here we go. This is what we want to see. SDK and FaZe going at it. SDK already got bodies up
here. Is this even... No, it isn't. Stupid mistake. Over here, thank you. Can I? Thank you. Need these. I could swear there was a chest up here I needed to get. There it is. Right. Sorry. Alright. Good stuff. Now I am everything but a fan of this ladder section, so I'm just gonna take my very sweet time in order to get down, which obviously isn't the speedrun way to go, but it's better than actually having the way to go. Take these back, thank you. I'm gonna switch this one with the apple. Yeah, good. I do apologize for eating. It's my lunch.
Southeast side. See, just in front of them, SDK, and wisely going to opt to pull over to these. Yeah, Pio's actually, I can see it now on the minimap. He's kind of given oversight here, probably calling out a decent position for them to pull up to, but he's still going to make the cross himself. Africa Freaks, you know, they did rotate away from that spot with Genji. SDK actually looked like they're trying to come with Genji. They don't really civil war, but they're kind of scouting out.
It's really hard to gatekeep when there's so much cover. You can see it's so hard to keep track of all these players. They can just kind of slink away through the ruins. But as I said, we have seen a couple of teams adjust. If I'm not mistaken, Team Liquid have popped themselves across on the northern side. AAA have put in gems. I think he's starting to work towards the northern side as well.
Excuse
the
me?
next circle update is going to be quite interesting to me. I wonder where this goes because, as I said, we had the kind of southern hit on this one where the likes of TSM, Buzz Pro, Infantry, Oath, they're all banking on. But let's see where this heads towards. Wow, that's not far from the same. A little bit more of the northern side in it, but this is Oath are grinning. But the rest of the lobby is going to be kind of grimacing at this.
That construction building Oath hold on to is going to have such good oversight once again. Again, all these players are going to be condensed down and crossing in between. The last thing you're going to be able to pressure is up on that high ground. Play now. Trying to get some damage over towards Sonic.
Very cool.
Both of these teams need to move.
Oh.
Mime already put down smoke trail. He's going to try and make some ground up, and actually the cover fire pretty good. Can force Spit away from that window peak. Mime's got to be careful here. If he falls, it's going to make it difficult for Sonics to really progress through. So yeah, they might even be able to isolate this fight. Jay is actually holding onto this angle. He will find
that'll do. Really good work.
So much for the golden hole.
Now I need to get moving. My position's noted. I've got to adjust here. Tiggleton
Big win.
is. Wait. Mime won that fight. Okay,
Taking every single heavy I can find here.
From Mime to stop any push towards that compound.
I need them all.
Re-watch this, but by now they're going to try and get the forces back to each team. Have a look yourself. Close by. Furious in their journey. It's just dipped out of it. There's a lot of sound right now. It looks like he's got a good idea. Cheers winning the fight on Cheers. Trimsy is sharp in this weekly game. We've got to see what deal with it. But it's happening around. We better go see them again. The lobby dipped out. They won their game. They went and they got it.
crafting table, please? Wait, do you not even have a crafting table? Rude. I need a crafting bench somewhere. There we go, okay. First. Oh, I have a crafting table. Lol. Anyway. Wait, no. Good stuff. Very, very good stuff. We should have enough food for the rest of the run now. More than enough food, in fact. Look at the time I'm winning due to literally all the bread I've gotten. And I'm losing a bit of time because I've spent more time in Dusk than last time. But I've also gotten more bread, which I need. I just simply need the bread.
Truly just the observers in this, right? Just sat on their high castle.
Can I? Thank you.
So many fights.
And now we go. We've got 1 kilometer to go by boat.
See how good they are at keeping that information flowing, keeping track of where the teams currently hold as well, because that's important. And also making sure no one encroaches on their space. They are slap bang central here. So you are going to have the likes of K7 not far off, TSM, VP. So many of these teams are very nearby, but incredibly hard to breach forward. Now it looks like James just tucked himself in some cover there. Just about. Is there shotgun fun? Are we going to see it? Has God Iroh decided to create a new meta? And I mean, we're in the buildings. Why not? This thing absolutely pumps damage. So Elo, they're just going to kind of control the staircase. I guess no one's coming up today.
I mean, that's the weapon you want to hold that with, right?
Can you not? Thank you.
Lonsko actually going to set some utility upstairs, but I don't know he's going to. I mean, no real opportunity to res his teammate right now with this much pressure coming down from Estica. Actually going to go for it right now. Silver and Alo just happy to hold on to the second floor.
I'm gonna see if I can get through the west coast of Dusk.
So as soon as it does conclude, whoever comes out the victor of that fight, ultimately has to cross versus TSM.
This should be good. I've got the card so I can't go past the island. But last time I spent a lot of time climbing on a mountain, which was unnecessary since I can just run past it. Kinda rough, but you know, what can you do?
Down to 3 and they've only managed 2 kills. Now they have been peppering away. I'm sure their damage is quite substantial.
Excuse me?
Kill count, not so much so yet. 11 teams, 33 players. So we know there's a couple of scraps here and there. Infantry and shoot to kill. Not the ideal share, but yeah, we're only 7 seconds away from the circle updating. So we'll see who gets the slice of the pie. Again, this gets a bit scary for 4 AM. They're praying for that northern shift, and it ain't happened. There's a little bit of the north still in, but this goes down towards TSG. Both still are fine. K7 and Gen G sitting pretty.
Can you imagine if he had hit that? Bro, can you stop?
NA portion down their best over Pro TSM.
It might as well just have one hit me. Honestly. Anyway.
Still conscious and Civil's tucked on their balcony just out of view. I mean, now that they've reset and got this res, they're able to hold SDK
Good
pretty
stuff.
effectively. I mean,
Can run around that mountain. Don't need to climb anything, really.
Try and smoke this off, buy as much time, run the clock down for SDK as best they can. Alo's going to be able to put this pumpy to use once again. They've got to move 10 seconds now.
Timing's going to be a factor. The longer they wait, the less their chances get, but maybe they can jump a team, get some kill points. It looked like they're about to make their move, so we'll have to see if that did conclude or if it still carries on. 4 AM, Actually, rather than just shuffling along the east, they've decided to cross over to the south. That's pretty scary. All the other teams coming through here. So I don't know if Corium's going to make it, but there we go. Jumps out, that's one. That's a freebie. Longska area right now. Does the dance and gets the kill. Perfect work from Longska. Fighting both of shoot to kill at the end. And now infantry need to make their run, but they've got TSM to get past. That's going to be their kind of hardest battle yet. 4 AM. Again, their adjustment is really interesting.
Yeah, Relo's still in a position to put a lot of pressure onto both of these teams. Actually, Besto, a lot of damage just landed inside the crate. Here you go, this is the angle I'm talking about right now. Unfortunately, can't get that knock, but these players are forced out from behind cover. Besto actually doing most of the work here for Relo. Unfortunately, doesn't look like he's going to pick up any kills out of it. It's actually VP to find that one.
That was interesting.
Dying to the blue. They're taking so much damage here on the edge.
I think they made a poor choice here. I genuinely do. I think they could have made a way more informed decision potentially at this point, but as it stands, we are seeing TSM being pushed as well. Bard now going to go on guard. Batulin's down below. Harrison's there as well. Batulin's trying to get the boys back up as best he can, but the Blues coming in.
That could have killed me. Alright, fuck, I don't want to have to. Alright. Guess I'm gonna parkour.
Genji laughing, K7 happy. We have a good couple of some Korean teams left in this. Bard just found the flush on 2 of these boys there. Spyro and Lou gonna fall to him. TSM farming some kills, but as is VP, 5 kills here.
A fan. I absolutely hate this, in fact. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna take the risk. Alright, can I get up here, please? And thank you.
I think they only have the northeast corner of that left to play, so they have to give up the spot now.
All the building blocks I'm spending right now are just a waste for later towers, which is unlucky. But I'm not gonna risk dying again due to fall damage. And I've still 1 time, can you believe it? Dusk. Right now we have to go east. We have to go to the east.
Pretty good go of it, Relo. Just gonna go for the quick
southeast.
But the problem is people are watching this, Relo. That's a little sketchy to do at this point. To me, eyes are put your way, and simply put, the Blues could be moving in. So I don't know if I love that. Bard timing misfortune there, but great moment to strike from Virtus Pro. Batulin's gonna sweep through. And now this is where problems begin for Oath, because they're gonna have Virtus Pro on their heels. Not sure about that remainder from 4 AM. I imagine they'll shuffle towards the east this time. Triumphant as well, going to be keeping tabs on this fight, but that smoke's keeping vision really limited. Snake is great nade. Going to keep back Batulins and Molotov to follow into that smoke. Well. Very hard to see. Yeah, you are not getting away from that.
Yeah, 2 big kills from Snake is there to relieve some of the pressure. They did get Relo back on his feet as well. Oath up to 7 kills now. And this is the corner I was talking about. They do have an opportunity to still use some area of this structure, but it's not much. And the problem is they invested so much smoke there to get Relo back on his feet. The getting across the road is going to be so...
Okay, so who has center point? I'd say Gen G at this point. They have the central area. Outside of that, you've got K7 with 4 standing in this.
Oh no.
Oath. I mean, people still have utility. Relo's going to burn alive, quick out of his misery by Zanan. Now, this guy went off when he was playing on top of that hospital room just not too long ago now. So, eyes towards what he can do here, and Oath have to make the gauntlet run. Smokes are invested. They're trying to get through. It's all there. But yeah, it's not pretty right now. Everyone is pouring this utility here to try and get close to that Gen G compound.
Yeah, Sager's going to get flushed out. Pat Caps frantically bandaging up, and he's actually going to find Savior. Comes in there, didn't expect that heat from behind the bar, but again, just a matter of time for Pat Caps now. He's got the rest of K7 to deal with. TS
Can you stop throwing the trident, please? Bro! Oh.
Freaks are on the other side here. They're already signed their battle against Gen G for this compound, this building, at least to keep them on their toes. Again, that blue is going to force everyone forward. You don't get to, have a fun time with this. There goes, Fat Caps is found, and we're down for Freaks, K7, TSG, and Gen G. Gen G in the most centralized point here, holding this compound like their life, as it does, literally depends on it. Zanan finds Shan, though. That's not going to be the end of this battle up on top. EJ finds Pio. Pio just got baffled. How did he get up here? They've breached and cleared it. Pio none the wiser.
Hello.
The flash
Bonjour.
Zo, en had je nou getest of het werkte?
Wat getest of wat werkte?
Ja, met het eindding, zeg maar, of je het kon doen zo.
Oh, jazeker. Ik heb...
Ja, die chill was.
Sorry?
Je had toch een route of zo die chill was?
Ja, klopt. Ik heb gewoon de hele eindbaas area een stuk of 4 keer gepracticed. En theoretisch zou ik alleen nog maar dood kunnen gaan bij de laatste eindbaas. Maar daar is het geen runkiller. Daar mag ik gewoon doodgaan. De enige echte runkillers die ik nog heb zijn de Ender Dragon. En ja, dus die eindbaas guy. Maar daar maak ik... Of nee, de Ender Dragon. En ja, hoe heet het? Nog wel het kasteel, maar als het goed is kan ik daar nog niet meer doodgaan.
Ja,
het kan,
dat is wel nice.
Het kan wel, maar het zou niet moeten.
Nee, precies.
Ja. Dus vandaag zou ik hem af moeten kunnen krijgen. Zoals je kunt zien, ik zit ook 7 minuten voor.
Mooi.
Een ziek goede run.
Het is wel fijn natuurlijk dat je nu in ieder geval overal bent geweest. Je hebt je overal wel een timer voor.
Ja, precies. Even kijken. Noordoost moet ik heen. Ja, ik heb echt een ziek goede... Het begin was even naar, want toen zat ik iets van een halve minuut achter. Maar ik wist dat dat ging gebeuren. Oh, ik ben vergeten het... Nou, whatever. Ik ben vergeten te splitten. Wat was ik aan het zeggen? In het begin liep ik een halve minuut achter, maar dat kwam omdat ik een hele hoop dingen voor dit punt van de run heb gedaan. Ik heb nu namelijk 0 meloenen. Geen één. En ik heb heel veel extra brood. En dat is... ja, dat is echt biggie. And bear in mind, FaZe were the last team to qualify, right? Last team to make it through. Looked atrocious during the week to put it together. And the Korean team struggled as well. Coming out here in the second game, they picked up another win here. So already we are starting to see a little bit of a switch up going back to that normal format.
Again, I mean, you mentioned teams like FaZe. For me, it's eyes to FaZe on a wrangle all the time, especially with the story that's already been developed in a PGIS. Obviously, it's going to be interesting to see how they respond back on with that SDK situation, whether or not we see any kind of early attempts to assert some dominance, so to say. We'll have to keep our eye on that, Lauren.
Well, look, I'll be keeping my eyes on it, but what I want to see is how the desk is enjoying the Los Leones circles we've had here on Miramar. James and the gang, how are you feeling after that?
Ridiculous circle. We're feeling good. We were excited to see how that was going to play out and unbelievable.
Ik denk dat ik misschien wel eens alle torens onder 3 uur kan hebben. Want ik heb op het einde, voor de allerlaatste toren, die ene in die sneeuw region, heb ik een aantal minuutjes time loss omdat ik wat nieuwe loot moet halen. Gear voor die eindbaasrun. Dus daar verlies ik wat tijd. Maar met wat geluk zit ik dan nog steeds onder de 3 uur op alle torens.
Dat zou wel goed zijn. Maar ja, dan ga je inderdaad gewoon een beetje richting het helemaal verbeteren.
Hey boy. Ja, zeker. Maar ik denk dat... als ik de run nu afmaak, dat ik het niet nog een keer ga doen totdat iemand anders mijn run gaat verbeteren. En honestly, dat zie ik niet zo gauw gebeuren.
Ach ja, voor alles is wat, hè. Iedereen probeert wel iets, dus
ja, precies. Precies.
Good game in this one, but Gen G, they had 2 second places now back to back, so learning and kind of replicating what they did in the first game and doing extremely well is really good to see. I'm having expectations of these guys so far.
Yeah, especially since obviously we came into the start of the tournament for us with big high expectations for.
Even kijken, hier had ik de vorige keer een beetje een booba bij deze toren. Ging ik bijna dood en dat was echt totaal nergens voor nodig.
It's been looking a little bit shaky before this, seeing how their playstyle is looking with all these kind of teams. They like to play the edge a lot, but this time, of course, we see them diving in towards the center. It works out on a urban ending like this, but question is how are they going to play it out more when they're playing edge? Playing the edge is not about, if you're not taking fights, you got to be very quick on rotations or very aggressive on taking those close edges. And that's not what we've seen from them. A lot of times they've been very slow on the rotation. but this time they're doing great.
And especially in the case of these last circles, the final remaining moments of these games of Avenger, high points coming out as we were back, back going down with these final circles. We were saying, get the high ground, get winning play.
Yeah, for sure. Especially being able to play around it, they were able to play extremely well around. Like they had a lot of space. But on urban ending here, you gotta think, okay, so the last circle is here, we're able to either infiltrate and got a lot of kills. They only get 3 kills, right? But a win, a chicken dinner, 13 points total for them. Big amount of points coming out from kills, though.
Wat was dat
They
mis?
were only 3 guys alive.
Wat was dat mis?
Nicely, but the high ground especially,
Wat was dat mis?
They managed to get a lot of kills from it. They managed to play extremely well from playing high ground.
There we go.
So throughout the game, if you're able to play high ground or
oh nee! Oh fuck. Oké, ik heb het zojuist een beetje hard verneukt.
Ja, ik zag het gebeuren.
Oh, dat
Ben je
is...
ver weg of?
Ja, best wel, maar het is te redden.
Talking about the high ground there, of course, Africa Freaks, when they have that rooftop, you have Genji, you have TSG, you have K.
Oh, dit is best wel cringe eigenlijk. Oh man. Ik was ongeduldig. Dat was zo niet nodig. Dit is de tweede keer dat ik het bij deze toren verneuk. Maar het komt goed, het komt goed. Oh, wacht, komt het wel goed? Het wordt misschien nog closer dan ik zou willen. Fuck, zooi. Ik ga hier heel veel tijd verliezen. Maar ik maak de run gewoon af, verdomme. Fuck, dat was zo niet nodig. Wauw. Even kijken, ik moet nou even hier concentreren. Waar kan ik hier eten vandaan halen? Nee. 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 Shit, oké. Kan ik hier blokken halen? Ja. Fuck, zooi. Oké.
That many points back to back is going to also back them a lot of points because Genji didn't get that many kills in the first game.
I gotta say, one of the things is K7 their position, how they were able to hold that down. 7 kills going their way as well.
Oh, dit is echt heel erg ruig. Ik denk dat ik misschien wel weer gewoon terug op 0 tijdwin zit. If not worse.
Ja,
Kutzooi.
And going from 3-1 to a 2-2 back to a 4-0, and they were just breathing back and forth between these buildings, having that control in the center, and that's super hard to have, and just controlling it by yourself. But they did a really good job, and they got themselves a lot of kills by doing it.
You said WoW before Avenger. I can only assume you're referring to the damage done, because I mean that's kind of the nature of these urban endings, right? Everyone very scrappy, everyone's killing everybody.
Yeah, it's usually kind of ratioed quite well with you get a kill, you get 100 damage. That's it.
Oh, dit is echt heel rough.
It's good to see from Shannon 845 and Longsker, they were able to fight a lot. They got a lot of kills as well. K7 was in a situation where I was kind of hoping to see them, take the top of the 5-story and then shoot down on the Africa Freaks guys that was on top of that. But I think they went in too late. They were playing the house quite well. They also got a lot of kills on the ground. So super interesting match.
Yeah, very, very impressive indeed. And with that, our Miramar comes to an end. Sorry, our Los Leones battlegrounds comes to an end because there was nothing else going on for us. It's a rare occurrence. You see 2 Los Leones landings, never mind, the circles not exactly being the same, and then coming, ridiculous.
Normally we don't even get one of those urban endings, and it's great to see this is a big adaptation from what the teams normally know and how to play it out, because normally it would shift out from the city itself. You have the teams trying to hold those positions, but this time it's just going center towards the center of the city. And I mean, it's so hard to play an urban ending because you have to have all the utilities, you have to have all the information on where are the teams right now, what do they like to play, how do they play it out. It's super hard.
An efficient use of smokes as well, which we saw a few moments where there was inefficient use of smokes, but as Avenger
Dit is echt heel kut.
during some of these moments. But anyway, let's take a look at the overall standings.
Ja, nu moet je hem eigenlijk nog een keer gaan doen.
Ja, maar voorlopig even niet. Ik ga hem eerst nu eens afmaken.
As we see
Snap ik.
towards the top, it will be Genji in second place. Oath is currently in first here with 25 points. Players will fall down slightly after their first and 16th. And Africa Freaks makes 13 points happen in this game.
Fuck zeg! Wat kut! Dat is ook gewoon echt 100% mijn eigen fout. Cringe.
Considering Genji only had 4th in the first and Fate only had 6th, that actually puts them on top in terms of points gained for that match. So, or nearly on top. They got 15 and Fate got 16, but they got so many points consistently here, and this is what we want to see from both. They might not get too many chicken dinners, but here in this format here, they are really
We kunnen door.
getting a lot of kills. They're getting used to the lot.
Waar zijn je spullen dan?
Ja, bij een toren. Die liggen allemaal bij de volgende toren die ik nog net niet had gehaald.
Oh.
Even kijken, deze kant op.
Team Liquid and Virtus Pro having a little bit of a rougher time from this game. Of course, Virtus Pro jumps up a little bit here, Frost. But considering they had a center-ish position when it came to Los Leones before the circle even popped over there, yeah, can expect tomorrow in the end.
Yeah, this is, we were expecting a little bit more, but at the same time, they did okay, I'd say, considering the situation they were in. It's super hard, but especially when you have teams trying to hold you out and you need to push them. You want to be the team holding, not the team that is pushing. So it's super rough, but coming in at least...
Oh fuck, ik hoop gewoon dat ik op tijd ben, want mijn spullen die spannen zeg maar binnen 5 minuten van het moment dat het in range is, als het ware. Het klinkt verwarrend, maar ik heb dus zeg maar iets minder dan 5 minuten om mijn spullen te krijgen dadelijk, zodra ik in range ben. Oké. Nou, tot zover al de tijd die ik heb gewonnen. Ik ga nou weer in de min lopen. Cringe. Echt super cringe. Oh man, nog 700 bloks lopen. Dat is echt koude veel.
Dat is zeker niet weinig, nee.
Het telt ook totaal niet mee dat het nacht is. Auw. Ik mag overigens absoluut niet nog een keer doodgaan. Als ik nog 1 keer doodga, is het over.
Ja, dat snap ik wel, ja.
Dus daarom is het nu ook zo kut dat het nacht is. Nou, ik loop officieel weer achter. Ik ben 7 minuten plus kwijt hieraan. Yikes.
Ja, maar het is letterlijk het laatste moment, zeg maar.
Ja. Fuck zeg, wat dom. Ah. Nou. Je komt op een goed moment binnen dus.
Ja, nou. Och ja.
Het komt allemaal wel goed. Als mijn spullen niet verdwenen zijn, dan overleef ik het wel. Oké. De shit is nu gespawnd. Dus dat betekent dat ik nou moet gaan zoeken naar mijn gear. Oh, ik moet echt nog best wel een flink stuk klimmen. Oh.
Deciding matches take place over 3 days, starting from February 5th, and we'll divide our teams into 4 different groups. The top 16 teams from these groups face off in the weekly survival matches first. The weekly final is more like the PUBG esports you're used to.
Ja, het is ergens onder het water, dus.
Ja, precies. Het zou ongeveer op dezelfde plek moeten liggen allemaal. Hier is alvast de eerste gear. Oké. Ik heb het belangrijkste terug.
Oh ja.
Oké. Nee. Oké. Wat ben ik nog allemaal kwijt? Er liggen daar een aantal dingen die... Oh man.
Gast. Speelt een gevaarlijk spelletje.
Ja, echt hoor. Oké, dit hier. Dit kan weg. Kan weg. Oké. Dit had ik nog nodig. Ik heb eigenlijk alles wat ik moet hebben. Holy fuck zeg. Ik ben 10 minuten kwijt in totaal. Tering.
Ja, dat wordt inhalen.
Ja, dat kun je wel zeggen.
Welcome back to the PUBG Global Invitational S as we have 3 more games remaining for the day, and it will be all on the grassy pastures of Erangel. It's going to be a good time. We've already seen 2 ridiculous endings from our Miramar games, with urban shenanigans abound. And you know what? Let's hope for a Yasnaya, a Georgia Paul, and a Pachinki ending. Because why on earth not Avenger? I know you love your urban endings.
Yeah, give me some Yasnaya endings. I love that. That's home turf for me right there. Also extremely rare. More rare than Las Leonas circles. It usually always ends, you know, on the east side of it or north.
Ik had het gewoon bijna weer verneukt daar, hè. Jezus, dat ene hartje.
The full proceedings on Erangel. It is no surprise and nothing that comes as kind of a shock to people that there may be a little bit of bad blood coming into Erangel's. Shoot to kill going up against FaZe. They didn't want FaZe to be qualifying through into this weekly final. But here we are, Froz. There is the potential for some...
Ik ga de verkeerde kant op. Maat, kas.
I doubt that SDK will be dropping there in this game. FaZe is now on a third place with 17 points, with SDK sitting on a 13th place
Even
with 6 points. So it wouldn't make sense
terug in mijn game komen, want dit staat echt nergens op gaan doen ben.
You're basically making sure that you're not going to get to the top 4, or it's going to be a really rough time getting up there. But SDK, of course, they would normally drop the Yasnaya, and this time they don't have LG Divine in the lobby, so I think that they're just going to go back there, they're going to take the town for themselves, and not going to have any problems up there.
Yeah, won't be too bad, Avenger, especially considering we've seen Shoot to Kill do reasonably decently on this battleground. They got themselves a win already here in the PGIS on Erangel.
Yeah, I would be surprised if that happened, honestly. As Frost said, there's too many factors going against it. I would love to see it happen. You know, there's been a lot of drama, a lot of tweets, a lot of stuff going on between them, and a lot of kind of shade has been thrown for the fun of the viewers and the watchers and the fans out there. I love that. I would love more of that, but it would make no sense for Shoot to Kill to do that, especially considering they have their own city to themselves. Also, more cars available to them. Even though Milta is a slightly better drop or a bit better drop than Naya is, then yeah, they should do that. Keep that to themselves. Also, it's an urban ending day. It looks like so far with the 2 lost winners ending back to back. So we could maybe see, you know, a slight chance of it going as Naya this time.
And speaking of teams that have been able to round things out on Erangel, even with a sub in Hyru's, and it is Virtus Pro here, Froz, who have not looked too bad throughout the tournament so far here.
Yeah, it's been looking great so far, but right now on the Miramar games, it hasn't looked too great. But at the same time, coming back in here on Aerial, that's where their strongest map is, and I think it comes down to them having these kind of 4 drop locations on all 4 corners of the map. Make sure that they can basically play from anywhere on the map.
Trouwens, het is niet waar wat ik zei. Als ik daar de tweede keer dood was gegaan, was ik daar gespand terwijl ik het bed had neergezet. Dus dan was het niet het einde verhaal geweest, maar het was wel cringe.
Ja.
Maar dan nog.
No, I think Virtus Pro, as Frost said, they'll do well. Like, they rounded off their ranked decision matches with a second and a first place with both 9 kills. I think we're going to see them do quite nicely here, honestly.
All right, time to get in. Erangel. We are here for 3 matches to find out who's going to be taking those juicy. So far, so good for our teams qualified late in the weekly.
Ja, ik ben hier echt zo geen fan van, dit terrein. Wow.
Thank you to Intel for joining us here at the Adventure GIS. It's time to head over to the Open Shield.
Thank you, James. And yes, we are heading on in. Any retort there, Hypot?
No, I mean, I was just innocently cat jamming there through the break and then some shade thrown. Really honest.
That's it.
Yeah, not cool with that. A boring test segment is all I'll say. That's my retort to that, because I want to see the SDK face off drop. So, Froz, Avenger, shut up. We'll wait and see.
Look, I'm there for it. I mean, look, logic doesn't always apply. 4 AM and DA proved that with consistent drops, and sadly it looks like your dreams have been shattered.
I hate it when they're right as well. It makes me even more tilted.
Oh, I mean, look, the thing is, it's easy to be right by just being boring. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, well done, boys. You predicted that teams would play. Yeah, well done. They played a standard boring game. Well, you know, it must be hard. Regardless, ooh, Vardy. This is weird. Oh, just shadow boxing his way around. Let's see the driving skills, Tiggleton. Oh no!
Oh, we got a good tag.
The one bump. The circle. We'll come back to this. There's a lot of weirdness. Oh, okay. We have rage, I guess, going on here. Bard is having a real bad time.
He's coming over the gun.
Exactly. He's coming over, but so now here comes the awkward, right? Here comes the fun bit. Do they back away? I believe they do. Bard, there is a unit here, range, trying to kill you. Don't die to that. Yeah, I think Sonic's go. Yeah, that's we're gonna leave. We're gonna disconnect. Now, let's talk about the circle then, because the circle seems to really like water, is what it looks like.
PSO, yes. I've only covered one Primordial ending. I think I'm furthest south I played in a competitive game, and like ended up on that shack kind of opposite the crossroads.
Yes.
I need to adjust my map again.
The Primordial ending I did cover, it was back in PCSEU.
Alright. East.
I don't know. Your mental's got to be in the bin
No,
to
what?
get 1 and 2, go into Los Leones, and then to end up in Primorsk. Which is what we want to see, right? That's what we want to see.
Yeah, I mean, so keep in mind, there's still the fields east of Quarry that used to be a super common ending. At least within Europe, it was constant. You still have the kind of western side of it. I'd say that was the tempo drop once upon a time, the mad coastal approach they used to love. Currently we're kind of Navi are, I guess you could say. I've seen a couple of shacks have an ending out there. You've got the swamp in it. I think you've got God Compound in there too as well. So I mean, there's a lot of area within this that had a good couple of endings. But Primorsk is pretty. It's not unlikely. Quarry, of course, can have its endings. We've seen them as well. So there's a lot of potential here, and
There
not
is.
a lot of
I mean,
land to play
The
with.
the other thing I was going to say is the big consideration to make here is this is a circle you do not want to come late to. Again, rotating into those quarry circles. Once circle 3 posts up, it centers around quarry. There's just so few options. The compounds are so sparse. They're spread apart. There's nothing but open field separating them, right? So again, similar situation with the Los Leones circles on Miramar. This is one I want to see teams get themselves situated early on. Again, lots of space over on the west coast. A lot of teams actually opting to drop in the second half of the flame path, which is a problem. 3 teams down on Sosnovka as well. So eyes have to go towards that west bridge, whether or not it's a factor or not. Again, early on in the weekly finals, you know, that could be the opportunity to pick up some free kill points.
It really could be. Now, there's 3 teams that will get the pick of the litter here, and I want to see where they go. Team Liquid, Infantry, and Na'Vi. Na'Vi probably is the best shout towards Quarry itself, or at least the kind of rap side of it. Liquid slightly further north of that, and to the east Infantry. I actually really like what Infantry have posted up for now. We'll check in on that in a moment, as, hey, you're going to catch a glimpse of Triumph kind of diving on past. There will be a lot of kind of shots thrown out on this, just because there's so many teams rotating in. Now, you know, again, we'll see potentially some casualties out of the vehicles. Most horrific positioning would be probably K7 and a little bit of Virtus Pro there, and a mad 2. I mean, you've got Zaki and Novo, and neither of them have the circle, so that's a little brutal to work around.
Yeah, I thought that must have been some kind of, surely not. Surely that's some kind of observer bug, but no, it's actually not even a 4-corner strat, it's a 2-corner strat. So the rotation is going to be interesting to watch, put it that way. If they find 4 up and get to a compound, yeah, I guess screw logic, right?
Fair play. At the moment, I'm looking at the next teams to probably join. You're going to have Furia and Gen.G, as we're seeing, kind of heading from the north in, kind of past Swamp. God Compound just kind of southeast of this, beyond the radar tower and what have you. You're going to have TSG kind of pulling up at some point. We saw them catching some shots from AAA, but none really like landing enough to kind of write home about. Sonics, I think, are on the move as well, and I'm waiting to see where they head towards, considering them and Liquid could potentially clash if they go for a very similar compound. Outside of that, though, Shoot to Kill are going to be moving into. This is going to be, yeah, okay, so we're going to look at the land grab here. So TSG went further south, Shoot to Kill are waiting down there by the ferry pier, and yeah, Sonics and Liquid are right on top of each other, but again, this is a shareable area. There is plenty of small compounds to still play with, some of them less prone than others, though, so they go for infantry on a bit of a split too. They still have players on the south side of that road, so I almost want them to go towards 9 at this point and just kind of solidify that compound, but I understand the logic. FaZe on the move as well with the Freaka Freaks here.
Crossing each other. Gustav actually going to pull up, but to the tree, going to get the initial tag. Hikaru got to be careful here. Ansian actually going to find the opening to Gustav out of the vehicle, so FaZe's got to be careful they don't take any more casualties, or at least they got to make it worthwhile. Cad now, pull up, pop a flash out. Ruben's down to about half HP, so there you go. Hikari actually going to follow up with a nade, so I think it's just not looking good at all for FaZe.
And this is, if anything, survival from 8C, just he gets out, gets a vehicle, and leaves. Gustav's been having a mild overall. This has not been the phase that, you know, Gustav's performance so far, I think he's barely been playing past like the 15-minute mark, the 20-minute Struggling on this one. Outside of that, though, the rest of the team are really looking towards the TSM, 4 AM, TSM, the teams that were further away at the start, of course, starting to make routes in. I saw towards first purple, and some shots down. Nothing really coming for it. A couple of tags here and there, not even costing much in the way of utility or anything to be invested. Gen G gonna get the information from TSM approaching to Wookie Bookie looking back here. They'll be able to find whatever they please. Could slot in or try and head further south, maybe following along what Furia were trying to do. And there's Oath making their approach. A bit of a dangerous one. Keep in mind, infantry are well positioned.
Yeah, kind of running the gauntlet there. I'm surprised they haven't taken a knock on the way in, but
I need to go south.
Space in front of them, and how long that lasts is.
Okay.
That gap's actually hopping up. I'm not sure if that's a fuel problem or what, because it's not a great place to stop. Yeah.
Maybe running out of fuel. I'm trying to think of where Oath started to get to this point and
on Millibase, in Millibase.
Yeah, I guess. Maybe that's pretty unfortunate if that's the case, but no matter which way you cut it, the Longwoods I like late game. I think they're really viable. I don't like it early game. It's too open to too many of these compounds and areas that are still super playable. There's 80 trying to make his last stand and try and just play survival if he can. Probably just try and center up somewhere, find a little compound, keep his head tucked down, and maybe live in the shadow of Na'Vi in hope of keeping him safe.
VP making progress, I guess. They've got some people close to the circle. Spyro and Ruzen actually finding landfall over here. This is on the northwestern side of Sosnovka actually, so coming to pick up his teammate, and here's the other half of them. Now, I'm intrigued. I am intrigued to see if there is an attempt to regroup and where it will be.
Circle's gonna be a little bit of an issue. Actually, sends us up quite nicely towards Quarry. So Primorse becomes almost a super low % chance. And again, people questioning kind of why we're a little critical of FaZe throughout the entirety of the tournament. Not just today. They have not been the FaZe that we're used to. They have been hot dropped. To be fair, that has probably put them in a bit of a problem, and luckily we're on.
You don't know where.
But
Why are you sitting here then?
Chance, that last game to get to the weekend's games, and during those it was very unpredictable, very
Ik heb het goed verkast.
As said, FaZe are not in their usual form for me yet.
Nou kun je het wel zien allemaal.
I think anyone who's been watching
Nee, niet heel erg.
Jawel. Goed zijn kasten.
Nou, ik ga het goed verkast.
Oh, vind ik lief.
Is dit een speedrun?
Hoe?
Hoe lang is hij al bezig?
2 uur natuurlijk.
Oh jezus jongen. Hé, dat is goed.
Is leuk.
Oh, is ook met mods een beetje of zo?
Nee, dat is een map wel.
Maar waarom is dit zo'n raar dingetje?
Ja, ze hebben wel wat eigen dingen.
Aha.
Ja, wel
Auw.
echt heel veel. Oh, ja.
Again, like they got all the time in the world now to scout this out, so expect them to just leapfrog their way into this circle. Obviously, lots of obstacles down on the west side. I'm surprised nobody's really set up any sort of roadblock along the west side.
You look like a burnt chicken nugget.
Come a bit closer towards.
Even though I look like a burnt chicken nugget, I still love myself.
The condition for them is really carving apart in these first few circles and finding a compound they can hold on to. Furia got themselves.
Nee, ik voel me echt beroerd. Ik wil niet meer leven.
Southwest, technically, I guess. Navi spread pretty far across Quarry, so this is the problem for one of these Quarry teams, right? Is how easily they're able to kind of prevent any other teams coming into this, because you can't share Quarry. If you want to kind of garner any kill points from a game like this, you can't have another team pressuring you. And right now, Navi kind of splitting 2 on the west side and 2 on the north is the right play, at least that eastern side vulnerable.
I agree. I'd say that the Quarries can be crept up on a little bit, and if the strain becomes too much, it gets really wider split. It is defendable, but as said, with the kind of tiered approach that you can see just on the kind of outskirts there of the lay of the land, you can creep up on that. Now, no team's going to do that right now. There's no value to it as it stands, unless it's desperation plays. Nice. Come on, bud.
No way. No way.
choice. Batulin's is having a rough game. I mean, the drop was horrible overall, so he's not going to be having a good time coming into this. Just going to go through the bandies at this point. So, as it stands again, I'm looking towards that center. I think they're in a somewhat okay position here, not ideal. Navi, of course,
Gewoon door de stress dat ik dood ben gegaan, ben ik gewoon echt spontaan vergeten hoe ik de kaart moet lezen. Het is zo raar.
Begrip.
Ja. Ah, ik ben wel tijd aan het winnen weer. 40 seconden gewonnen en ik heb straks het moment dat ik dat pakketje moest ophalen. Dus daar win ik ook weer tijd op.
Oh ja.
And this is the reason this is such a good combat. If this does once again shift to the north, you get all of that space to kind of control the field, make your late play in, gives you a really good foothold also. I mean, all these fights that we know are going to happen on the hilltop, the Mexican teams that just left. Again, that's where the football comes out. FDK now making moves. They're going to have to pass. Go here. We're going to take any shots here. A nod on the way past, and FDK will continue on their way. Is that Uncivil playing with Adam? Yeah. Okay. They did make a mad dash though. Right? They dropped west side and saw Nofra and they okay.
He's playing the hard game. He's decided the lobby felt too easy, and he's going to go for the full-on hard game. DSG on the full-on pull-up was if they are. Oh, that M249 is so sprays away. Tearing into the opposition, but a couple of players made it towards on foot, so Ibby's now going to be a little bit careful. They are going to be playing on the outskirts here, and how long until other teams potentially can see Triumphant as well? That's what's in the back of my mind. Teams could be watching this if they do move into a better position, but James is now in a little bit of trouble, but he's going to keep himself safe. Some good names made. And already you're going to see the next pull-up coming in, sending the Liquid looking for their option here, and it looks like Evie's going to be at the forefront of that. Spot down, one sprays in, doesn't get the shot he wants. Double dip, triple dip, loses. Shad's going to find him, big shot coming back.
Gast er nog?
Horrible things in a while.
Nee.
Of ik er nog ben? Ja?
We gaan vanavond codenames doen.
Codenames?
Quinten en Rogier volgens mij.
Maar is het ook weer Codenames? Ik ken het wel.
Wat? Ik weet niet wat het is.
Maar ben net een snoepje aan het eten. Hallo?
Hi?
Hey! Ze gaan vanavond codenames doen.
Wat is Codenames?
Ken je dat niet?
Ja, ik ken de naam vaag, maar ik weet het zo 1, 2, 3 niet uit mijn hoofd.
Nou, eigenlijk is het een bordspelletje. En dan heb je een vlak van, volgens mij, 25 woorden of zo, 5 bij 5.
Ja.
En er zijn woorden als brood, tafel, mes, politie-agent, dat soort dingen.
Ja. Gewoon niet zo moeilijk.
En dan heb je 2 teams. En het blauwe team heeft 8 woorden die moeten raden. En het rode team heeft 8 woorden. En je wil dus zo snel mogelijk al die woorden raden. En dat doe je door banden te leggen tussen de woorden. Dus jij mag een hint geven. En dan heb je woorden zoals ijs en hierbij. En zo moet je dan zorgen dat jouw andere mensen het raden.
Ja. Oh, dat klinkt best wel leuk eigenlijk.
Ja, ik vind het echt iets voor jou. Want dat is een beetje in het spel komt.
Ja, het is wel echt een taalspel. Daar ben ik wel blij mee.
Ja, ook. En een beetje ver nadenken en zo.
Nou, nadenken is dan weer mijn minder sterke punt.
Nou, maar ik dacht dat is misschien wel leuk. Dus ik kan wel zeggen dat je misschien mee kan doen. Maar we zitten vanavond toch in het bedrijf.
Ik zal zeker kijken of ik misschien wel even langskom. Dat is misschien wel gezellig.
Ja, maar ik weet nog niet hoe laat en zo. Ik weet nog niet of ik meedoe. Maar Quinten en Rogier sowieso. Dus.
Zie je vanzelf?
Ja, ik add je wel.
Is goed. Sowieso thanks voor de invite. Vind ik gezellig.
Ja. Oké, doei Carlos.
Doei.
Love you. Ja. Hey, ik zat te denken. Kunnen we nou Lupin kijken? Maar zit je nou in flow?
Nou ja, ik moet echt best wel wat doen. Maar...
Kunt u gewoon zeggen dat je niet meer van me houdt? Oké, moet ik een tosti voor je maken dan? Wil je een tosti? Of wil je kwark?
Allebei goede optie.
Dan gewoon eerst een tosti maken en kun je straks nog kijken of je kwark wil. Ja. Wil je saus?
Nee.
Wil je met ham of wil je met spekjes?
Nee.
Allebei.
Kijk, dat is goed. Maar spek.
Allebei?
Nee, niet allebei.
Oké. Eén tosti?
Ja, eentje. We willen zo wat goed maken.
Anderhalf dan. Ik maak er 2 en zie wel of ik opeet.
Ja.
Zet de spekjes eerst in de pan.
Ja, is goed.
Ja.
Dat goed.
Oké. Nou, succes?
Ja, dankjewel. Ga ik nodig hebben.
Nou.
Wat?
Je bent toch slim?
Ja.
Ik kan er wel.
Was maar zo feest.
Look at those guns. Look at them go. Uit mij.
Dat was leuk. Vooral hoe Kas zoals jij als gewoon mee kwam.
Oh, sorry. Oké, graag.
Nee, ja, ik
Krijg je nou gewoon een minion tosti? Hoorde ik dat goed?
Ja, gewoon 1,5 tosti.
Wow.
Wat een broodje bouwmaanbal. Even een toast. Broodje bouwmaanbal. Doe me even wachten van thuis. Ja? Oké. Nee, doe maar alsof je het aan het doen bent en dan het schiet.
Struggling to land any of those shots to finish off.
Ik heb hier best wel veel tijd teruggewonnen.
Look at this now. The situations in the
Dus
south
dat is wel
of this
chill.
I wanna see crazy actually. Still sending shots over elsewhere. He's got to worry about this threat from SDK, but Navi and Oath getting into it over on the edge of Quarry now. Casualties on both sides. Snake is actually loses that one for the tab landing the headshots. Actually, from the grave, yeah. Snake is actually, his nade was perfect. He walked right on top of it, so Reload going to be able to reset and get both of these revives. The time not on their side.
Now, name we haven't said too much for a very backhand. Swift little backhand, no work for you, PO. A name we haven't said in a while is Sonic's. Now they're finally getting pulled up. Trim is here. We do have another player with him as well. He's not alone in this. But as you can see, Freaks are right on this compound. H-Win gonna dive over here, try and provide some support, but Shrimpsy's burning and he's in so much trouble. He needs to med up here, and if he doesn't get it off in time, for Liquid hold on for now. They wipe out K7. You've got players swarming your compound. Tiggleton, H-Win, they're all there, backing him up. Hansia though finds mine though, just trying to play it on the kind of rooftops, trying to keep a bit of vision. They don't want to share this compound, but they might just have to. Forced in this scenario, mine dead here, I'm not gonna lie.
Fuck. Blauw. Een paar canyon. En dan moet ik naar Spearhead. Ik ben totaal vergeten waar dat heen is. Dat is...
Elsewhere, infantry now, just these scrappy fights as the
Zuiden.
I was talking about now. It's just a set of duos. Bowlingham actually going to find the first and the second there. Attack all around will fall, but SDK going to get some good information of exactly where infantry are situated now.
Ik heb gewoon een minuut gewonnen, puur door te bestaan. En dit is het punt waarop ik daar het pakketje moest halen, volgens mij. Dat was hier, weet ik zeker.
Kurt's been wild. Kurt's been really going off so far. We saw those couple of kills come through. Trying to nearly stay alive at this point, but he's got problems aplenty. Infantry on his heels and his Fury are popping shots across. They just got the flush one on Civil as well. So, again, kind of Kurt's going to have to just play this as best he can.
Come on.
See the smoke wall going up. EJ's getting a little aggy here, getting a little bit pushed forward. Freak's going to push this. Let's see if Sonics are aware of what's on the other side coming their way now. Hickory going to keep a little bit of an angle on the window, ensure no one can peek back in, but they've got a nade and they're about to post this one through. Does Shrimsy survive? Yes, fine. He's okay still. Tiggleton still on his toes as well, trying to keep mobile. Hickory, though, is going for a look. That's where they got the knock on towards Mime, so this could be a really nice play from Hickory. Mollied it out to allow him to get this further forward. No shots in the back yet. This opens up an opportunity. He wants to keep them under race. No, Tiggleton! Big turn from him, keeping control of the compound. Hickory, that curiosity is going to get him killed. And now Freak's a little worse for wear. Maybe Sonic's trying to exploit this issue, but there's a time limit on that. They're only got 3 players standing.
Yeah, I think actually just having a flick through the Sonics boys there, not an awful lot of utility in the form of mollies and nades to really stop this pressure from Afrika up against their building. Tiggleton taking a little peek out the upstairs. But nothing really left except for some smoke. DJ gets a decent angle through. Shrimsy going to take a lot of damage once again. Actually, in terms of the war of attrition, it's Sonic's losing the most in terms of equipment. Their armor getting battered, maybe some headshots getting traded out as well. The thing is, Afrika Freaks have the numbers advantage here also.
They do. Clear. By the way, Liquid have been popping off quietly in the background. They're clearing out the compounds, they're holding onto it, but we want to keep on board with this fight, as it looks like they're going to try and mute the smoke. H-Twin's isolated one quick flush as well. Dips back into the other and keeps them guessing. Drake comes out, Tiggleton goes down. There is not without an answer, and sadly, the Sonics, they are a man down. They have lost out on another, and look at this. You can't see a thing.
Ik vind het wel knap hoe ik gewoon op een map van 12 bij 12 kilometer, en ook al heb ik een andere route gelopen tussen deze twee punten, toch zomaar bij hetzelfde meer uitkom. Die echt... Ja, dat vind ik echt best wel bijzonder.
For now, though, we are down to 16, 14 players. The North somewhat controlled by Team Liquid. Living kind of amongst them is Wookie Bookie, so a bit of a European scenario up in the north. Towards the east, it looks like Afrika Freaks are going to take over that compound, trying to get themselves back up with Furia. They're sweeping down south towards infantry, and I don't know how much infantry are aware of this. Longspur's kind of paying attention this way.
Indeed, the duo still standing. Longskirt and Bolia. Now we've got 3 members of Furia to deal with. And again, looks like they've got a really good read on the situation. They're looking right towards them, but just waiting for the right opportunity to peek out. Once one of these members isolates himself in the open. Longskirt taking a little bit of a pressure, so expect Boliang to try and pivot off that. Yeah, he gets a couple of tags, but Furia actually getting closer and closer, and this makes it doable for them, to be honest with you. Well, other than that, Boliang going to land a well-defended and actually not get the knock, but Rasputin will fall to the blue. Longskirt responds. Kill demo falls now. Rusty's there, the last man standing, and it's actually Kurt from distance that finds that one. So infantry will live on up to 7 kills now.
Okay, let's take into account this territory, the terrain that they're playing on. The south side's got a bit of a hill, but it's kind of open at this point. It rolls down, and the trees become sparse, so vision, as you can see, Afrika Freaks Liquid, they're popping shots towards infantry. Kurt can actually live pretty well here. I mean, it's not ideal, but considering he's a snake, he can just tuck in. He's playing for that, I'll be the third person to the party. But you can already see that Liquid have a step out of their compound and they're still within this circle. It's not prime though. My eyes go towards what do Afrika Freaks do with this, as well as obviously infantry, but I feel like infantry are just, it's target practice. It's easy to do that. It's really not. That's a massive scoreline for Liquid here.
Definitely needed a big game. Going to look to capitalize on this one. Afrika Freaks should push towards Kurt's building. Whether or not Boliang can actually shut it down, he's actually going to find the knock onto EJ. Lands follow up as well. More damage coming through. This really is crucial. Like I said, yes, Kurt will survive there, but Hansia, the rest of Afrika Freaks, get closer. They're actually going to be able to reset and get this revive as well. James, he's looking for an off angle down onto this, trying to get a piece of the action himself. Boliang has to find a spot inside the circle here.
Kurt can make this so tricky for Afrika Freaks. He's got that little wrap around that building. There's like a little bit of hard cover of the terrain that rolls in. That keeps him safe from Liquid, so he can just focus on one side. And even with the smoke wall, James is still going to just pepper away, keep pouring in those shots as best he can for it. And the closer they get towards Kurt, the more dangerous he gets. He is the annoyance to them. Now, it's a problem for him because he wants to be that last person to the fight, right? But still, he'll take what he's given. If it's kills, and oh, an MK14, nice and late, 3'd up. Delicious. Kurt, let's see what you got, bud. He's a dangerous man. He's had a dangerous and good game, but not much to play with. 40 in the mag. Near enough decent. 2 down. Broken. Knows that Afrika Freaks are here. Steps. Now, they could stay here technically. It depends how well they clear this. Let's see how meticulous they are. Oh, this is where I guess the danger is there. Oh, what's the third party? Devastating! Devastating for Kurt. He could have really been the dagger in the back, but no. Infantry still holding on with that final player.
And Boliang up to 6 now. Anything else he gets is a bonus. I mean, anything in the last 3 or 4 minutes, to be honest, has been a bonus for infantry after they're down to the solo. Mexi posted up on the rock. He knows exactly where Bowling is positioned now. So if we're actually going to pull away, it's everybody has to move in this one. So this becomes a factor of time here. Who has to move the earliest? And Liquid are going to have a couple of spots to play onto, a rock and a tree maybe, but Bowling, yeah, your time's up, buddy.
Yep. This is it. It's the countdown timer to who gets it. I mean, and the scary prospect is as well, you don't want tunnel vision on getting him and then get run up on him by potentially the other team. It's essentially a 3v3 with a little bit of a sneaky player in the background. Mexi is such a danger man late game though, coming in 3'd up with all this gear. I don't know about Liquid's usage, considering they got crashed, they've had plenty of problems throughout this. They might be a little light, but as are Freaker Freaks after that smoke wall just to get to this compound.
It's a little bit of a stalemate until this circle starts forcing some of these players out into the open. Bowling just absolutely posted, just not even moving. Doesn't want to move a muscle behind that tree.
He's making them work for their dinner. Don't get him for free. And this is going to kind of force the fight with Liquid a little. They're getting it furious. 6 smokes on them. The difference of utility here is massive. Yep. Liquid can play into the circle substantially more.
Bowling actually crossed it in. That's going to give him another 10 seconds or so to survive. And like you said, actually, the ones that have to move earliest in this scenario, and Liquid could capitalize on that. I didn't get a glimpse there of Bowling whether or not he had any more. No, he doesn't. No, that's it. Just poked out, and Hansi is actually going to be the one to find it.
Let's have a look now. Already the Molotov's starting to be invested. Liquid trying to ensure that they can't run in certain ways. Just herd them around. There go those smokes. Mexi creating his own wall to play off of Clib, using the crate as a bit of cover. Jeems on the move, but a Freaker Freak's taking the high ground. They're going to swing around. They better keep a track on this. No one's watching it. Using the old smoke wall that Liquid have put down to catch off Clib. Oh, this is huge from the Freaker Freaks. They found one. We need a big answer from Liquid right about now, but they look lost for an answer. They're getting done by their own cover, and Hickory is the one doing it. Incredible play from a Freaker Freaks. Liquid dropped the ball at the end.
Wow, Freaker Freaks were so posted on Bowling. I thought Liquid were going to be able to capitalize early enough to get some sort of control to stop that push. Stop that exact push. That was their only win condition there, was being able to close the distance. But, I mean, Freaker Freaks just put Liquid smoke wall to their advantage. They literally bullied them behind their own smoke wall. Wow.
Oh, my word. I mean, okay, points-wise, with 11 kills in a second place, Liquid are probably still happy, but obviously within that moment with the adrenaline, you can see it. Not happy with this one. Probably a little frustrated with the ending clip. I loved his addition to Liquid. I think he's been one of the better additions, roster changes we've ever seen coming into a high-end team. But him getting caught there was unfortunate. It felt like he was kind of moving around the rocks a little, kind of stumbled a little and got capitalized on instantly. Well played to a Freaker Freaks option there, because they weren't presented with many. They could not have used smokes like Liquid were.
I mean, that was literally their only option to win, right? Was to capitalize on Liquid trying to, I guess, use that smoke wall to advance towards the center, but there's got to be a point, especially after the first knock comes through, where it felt like Liquid were just on the back foot there. As soon as the knock comes through, the other two kind of played to live, as opposed to really trying to trade that killer.
Yeah, I felt like a little bit of different gear. You're right. A Freaker Freak was ready to go for the kill. They weren't playing for that dance around the smoke late game. They wanted to finish it there and then. Liquid kind of got forced into the scenario after, as said, being a little caught off guard by that kind of aggression that came out from a Freaker Freak who had no right to walk away like they did, but very well done to them. Again, to the desk to wrap up all of those and bring us into those next couple of games.
Ooh, great start to Erangel here. Africa Freaks get themselves another win on the board. And now some of the teams are going to have to be a little bit scared as to what they can do here in this form. I've got Avenger as well as Froz with me. And with this victory, Froz really playing out nicely towards the end as well.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, I think that at least the smokes there, because you saw how close Liquid put the smokes to them. Africa Freaks took advantage of that. They got super close, and what you want to do behind the smoke, further towards Africa Freaks, they're hard for him to push in. But yeah, they're playing out really nice. I really like how they're not just waiting until the blue was on top of them, which is something we saw a lot during the random games, during the weekly survival. This time, Africa Freaks is super more active, and we saw how they were pushing Sonics, for example, before the blue hit them and stuff like that, getting the control over that compound and moving in from there.
Yeah, very nice adventure. I know that you don't pick them, so you're happy with them.
I'm happy for them managing to get back to back here in just 3 games. After, you know, a lackluster of kills here, they get 11 kills in the lackluster of games, like kills in the previous game, but a lot of kills here in this one. Sad to not have them in our games. They disappointed me, I will say, in our ranked decision matches and honestly, playing this well, super strong performance. They're gonna do well for the rest of the one. Already having a good lead already with this. Also managing to get into the circle quite nicely. Like the decision making throughout the game was quite well kind of planned out. I feel like they had a plan for every circle that came against them quite early on. Tracks as well onto Sonic's compound. Managing to get into a good position from that as well. Super well thought of, super well planned and executed as well. Nice to see.
Yeah, a very important crash on the Sonics, which eventually kind of yielded them the winning position to eventually move away from him. But by the same token, Sonics they're still playing their own game. They're still playing their own style against them.
Yeah, I really like how they were playing that. When African Freaks actually crashed them, instead of them trying to group up and getting pressured by AF, they were trying to take more space, make sure that they would not get pressured into the top of the building, because when that happens, that's when all the utilities would just drop in and you'll just drop dead. What Sonics was trying to do is make sure we have control both the top and the bottom of the building, and we're gonna just hold our ground. No matter what happens, we're not letting them in. Because once that happens, that's when they knew that they're doomed.
Definitely so. Here's the highlights coming in from this game. Purdy surviving for a long time throughout this game and getting a few kills for his team. Really kind of getting some extra points for shoot kill. Very, very important in this style in the weekend. And even dealing with 4 AM here for a little bit of during this, but they will eventually end up going down to them. Talking through these highlights, what stood out to you?
Throughout the game, what stood out to me was, first of all, Freaks managing to rotate from multi-power into a great position to win the game. That was very impressive. Kills from the boys from infantry, kind of impressive. Well, Bullying managed to stay along for that long, getting a lot of kills. Overall, rotations from Furia coming from Merijool to get on top of the Cat Hill or the Llama Hill, depending on where you call it from. But the plays overall and the strategy from Freaks really stood out to me well. There was one more thing I lost that one. What was that?
Well, we can talk about that.
South maybe military this and was hoping to get a lock on either side, but it didn't work out for them at all.
Yeah, this back. That's totally fine. Yeah, the two new. This, for all intents and purposes, for us, is it one, a very interesting choice.
Stop.
Two, unfortunately for them, one of the roughest circles they could have possibly had to then eventually show us what that plan is. So, do you have any kind of extra information on this, Froz, or do you have anything that you think yourself?
So, okay, I tried to dig into this. I tried to talk with Dyrem there. So, he didn't want to say anything about it, but he did tell me this is planned. So that means we're going to see more of that happening. I don't know exactly what's planned. It could have been, actually, that this was the desired circle for them as well. But they were doing that 2-2, very large split, and we were talking about them being unpredictable. I think this proves the point, right? They want to do things that no one else is doing. They're trying to invent new stuff. And this is... I don't know if this is the time to do it, but if they can make it work out, it's going to be real good, I believe.
Well, I think that, you know, genius lies on that border, right, of, like, it can look ridiculously good or it can look insane. And right now, we'll see if this is going to pay off. I'm scared for them if another team tries to drop Noble, for example, or something like that. Ain't nobody going up Zarki. Who's going Zark? Anyway, let's take a look at the points coming in from this game. We have up towards the top 21 points coming in from Africa Freaks. A huge win for them. Team Liquid holding down the compound the way that they did here, Avenger, during this game. 17 points garnered for that.
Yeah, so from obviously them changing their loot, but being in the guard canal, kind of a home turf advantage. What I like about it though as well is that they kind of play the same style. It's close to the same area that they loot normally, so they can take all the same paths. They're kind of planning to take the same. Usually when they have a neighbor in Gatka, that neighbor usually plays slower than what they usually do from Pachinki, so they don't need to change too much. So this Gatka drop here is actually really good. I love to see it. Also clip, 5 kills, ball yank 6 kills, really nice games from them coming over here on rank.
Bolyang was popping this game. It was very cool to see. Actually, I just want to come back to that point that you were making, Cross, about you don't know whether or not this is the best time to try something like this for Versus Pro. Surely on the global stage, the 2-month-long tournament, surely this is one of the better times to try it, because this week is not as big as maybe like the later weeks and stuff like that. Do you still think, like off the back of that, it's maybe not the right time, or?
It all depends on the execution itself and how much they actually practice this, because this is probably not something they practice in the scrims. I haven't seen it in the scrims. I haven't seen it in any official games. So coming into this is something they've been theorizing about, that this might work, but there's too many question marks right now. What are they trying to do? When do they want to do it? Against what teams are they trying to do?
Okay, fair play, fair play. Let's take a look at the schedule then. We have 2 more games coming at you for today with 2 more Erangels. Good times, and Africa Freaks so far is owning the Miramar and Erangel to start things off. This is a far cry away from what we saw in our ranking decision matches and coming into our weekly survival. So maybe they are popping indeed, as we see them with a 10-point lead up at the top, Avenger.
Yeah, you said Far Cry, but I'm just crying right now. I don't have them in the pick'ems, and they're doing extremely well coming off that they didn't play that well in our previous matches. So I'm just conceding. No, I'm happy to see them up there. They did extremely well. Oath as well, a team that managed to frag out and follow the meta that is now in the weekly finals here. Same for Freaks, like they're fragging out, they're doing well. Strategy is turning out well for them. They can do well even if they have 3 players live in the late game. And their decision making throughout here is very fitting for how the meta is turning out to be in the weekly finals.
And for Sonics, I mean, I say it's almost a far cry from what we saw them in the start of the tournament. In the stages that we've had here so far, Froz, reseeding, Sonics top. Weekly survival, Sonics top. Now 10th place after 3 games. Not the best of positions, but I think we're expecting a bounce back.
Yeah, so looking at it, it seemed like they had a really good start. All the other teams are kind of catching up while they're staying on the same kind of barrier where they've been from the start of the tournament. So they gotta make sure that they start getting new stuff going on, not being predictable. They want to be towards the top, they're gonna invent more stuff, just like BP. And I feel like that's what they're lacking right now. People are starting to read them, starting to know what they're gonna be doing.
Will it pay off is the big question. Coming into our penultimate game of the day, Avenger, any final thoughts before we head in?
I'm curious to see where VP's going to land, if they're sticking with a different strategy, and if anybody else is going to change their strategy as well. Like, are they sticking to the same? Because it might be different.
All right, let's get into it then. It is going to be another Erangel to start things off. A huge thank you to our sponsors joining us here at the PGIS, especially Intel, to join for the plane. It is time, match number 4. We are getting into proceedings. So far, Africa Freaks 2 in a row. Could they make it 3? Who knows? Let's get into Erangel with Pansy as well as Hyper.
Thank you so much. And the plane path, we have seen some brutal ones, and this ain't far from it either. Up towards Zaki, all the way down towards Milta Power. Super northeastern lean to this, Hyper.
Yeah, and I mean, this time around, the first thing that stands out, we've been dropping together, so love to see that. We're going to hopefully see them reset a little bit, although, I mean, it wasn't their demise, right? We can't really fault them too much for that. But everything really except for the southwest of Erangel is going to be accessible. You're going to see actually STK switch things up. They did drop down onto Sosnovka in the previous game, and Oath was the second team to do so. So my eyes immediately drawn towards Fat Cats and Snakes. Look like they're going to drift a little further north of Yasnaya, Relo and Balefrost over to the east side. SDK returning to some form of normality in terms of their drop spot at least.
Yeah, I'm just keeping my eyes across the board. I think most teams have their spots.
Hello.
Hallo, welkom terug.
Dank u, dank u. Als je wilt trouwens, Kelly's laatst zijn bezig met een tekentablet. En als je wil kan ze voor jou een YouTube logo tekenen, stelden ze voor.
Oeh, dat is op zich wel lachen, als het wil.
Ja, daar stond ze op juist.
Sure, leuk.
Kijk, ik zal dat even zeggen.
Now you see that bit by Zaki? We'll call that the chicken tendy. You know, that big bit of lamb, because it just kind of looks like a chicken tendy up there. And we've got Georgia Pole, and then I guess Everest is in there. And a little
Nou, je moet me doorsturen wat je er allemaal in wil en dan zal ze wel iets in elkaar plaatsen.
Is goed, zal ik doen.
Nice.
I mean, early positioning once again. I know that's kind of been the trend with every game so far today, but water obviously a huge factor in this. So how much teams are going to read into Circle 1 and Circle 2 might try and find themselves a spot
Ben te ver gelopen, ik zie.
and anticipate that water shift if it is still a factor. Now, the big thing to consider here is the split we're going to get between teams that bank north and south of George Pole Bay. That later on, again, it comes down to two bridges, right? The east wrap you got to consider is going to be very congested with how many of these teams are obviously not dropping on the northwest side of the map. So those bridges become really, really crucial if you know we do get that shift kind of either side. I'm going to expect to try and play towards the south here, but I mean, looking around, you know, you have both of the hard spawns out east and west.
What the fuck was dat? Oké, nou, dan gaan we met torenen.
Right now, this is kind of the situation I was just about to talk about. These early dashes for compounds become so risky, even more so if you're Savior and you're doing it solo.
Savior is excluding.
Dat was heel apart.
He's got there. He's actually pretty well geared, but I think Patulin spotted him out enough that he's called for support. Spyro's not far, but Lou and Hiruzen are going to be heading over. Savior's trying to keep it quiet, but man, he's been noted. I love this off angle from Lou. Going to try and keep him pinned so he can't back away easily. And look at that, they've now got him surrounded, and they want to get him gone quick. They don't want support coming over. They don't want to waste time on this. They want to be able to focus themselves. There's the first nade. The first kind of confirmation position is noted. Saviour's now on red alert. He might have to call for some support if they want to commit to this. Or they leave him to his own devices.
Zo, dat vond ik partij niks. Ik viel bijna weer dood.
I mean, he's tucked in the corner. If the nade comes through, he's dead, but I don't think anyone's got an angle to get that nade in.
Play time on this one, it did go
he's
through.
So blind.
It blinded both of them though.
Spyro caught it too. They're both blind. Here we go. Luke's just driving in. Oh, the bait and the swing. I love it. Oh, the car drive. Spyro, lovely work. I saw a little name appear. Yes, okay. One of K7 did start leaning over to help, but way too late by that point. He was done for. Virtus.pro, yes, they were disrupted in looting, but they have such a wonderful position to work with now. We've seen that ending before, right where they're currently positioned. The ditches around there, a couple of bits and pieces, some classic games, some real throwbacks. You know, the classic Scoom moment. We've seen some old school games end up in those fields. And as I said, Virtus.pro get the first look towards it if they want to claim that. Everyone else towards the hills, towards north side, Georgia Pole. Most teams believing in that. I wonder if we get some Everest plays potentially on towards the mountaintop. There's still a lot of potential endings here, so who knows?
That team there, just on your screen, SDK, they are big fans of this early on, but coming from Yasnaya this time around, it's going to be difficult for them to traverse their way all the way across there. It's a big rotation. Speaking of rotations, 4 AM, 4 strong now. Up to the side of the map again. This is a team, really, I mean, if you give them space early on, they're going to try and get themselves set up and pressure any team that tries to rotate in past them, but moving away from the road, I expect them to maybe come up and play above that lodge compound. It does overlook the fields you were just talking about. Potentially, actually, no, they are drifting back towards the roadside here, so maybe going to set up, maybe look for some kills in rotation here, not too much of an aggressive rotation.
Kist.
You can see already, yeah, it's going to spread out a little bit. It's take a 2-2 with the hill and the building again. This is playing a circle like this again. This is the sort of play I was talking about. You know, get yourself a spot, kind of get a read on the situation, get a read on the circle, and then act on whether or not it goes north or south. Sonic's now coming up on the backside of Everest James, I guess. I'm gonna hear the audio off of this, but
yeah. Hey, look, I'm just getting wild flashbacks. I mentioned Scoom, and then I see TSM towards North Georgia Pole. You know, like, what year is this? I don't know. I'm loving it though. I mean, it definitely brings me back.
3 uur, Mark.
You don't normally get to see these sort of endings. These are still a bit of a rarity. If it does go towards the north, it's not quite as likely. You know, if I mention Scoom, I have to bring up Break, so it's only, you know what I mean? It's the 1-2 combo. That's all it is. So, outside of that, though, we do have the kind of south migration working their way in. So kind of like AAA, Triumph, they're all going to be working their way forward. FaZe pretty far on. Navi, Freaks. I'm looking at Oath as well. It's going to be quite fun. It's kind of a 50-50 commit at the moment. It's either those teams that had access to the north have gone there. Oh no, 4 AM. Is this really going to bang on forever?
So you've got to be taking a lot of damage on the way out as well. Looks like he's just going to manage to escape. Yeah, he will, yep. Didn't get a tire pop, which is a miracle in the buggy. Nothing short of a miracle, but an interesting decision because, like I said, this setup here with the hill and this compound, we see it time and time again in similar sorts of circles. So it's interesting to see them really pit so much on that, taking that compound. Because that, I mean, you ask me, the compound the infantry's at is like one of the worst in the game. I hate it. If you stay there and teams set up around you, you cannot get out of it whatsoever.
Vehicles get destroyed coming out of it. It's just in a bowl. It's super easy to shoot into, and there's no cover on the way out. So unless it, as I said, unless it ends directly on it, don't love it. Actually, I don't think it was really worth 4 AM going for that either. Now kind of down to 3 AM. Not too impressed by that look just yet, but someone who I am impressed by was of course Freaks. Just watching them go past the old No Lean Town. They'll be working their way in slowly but surely on the east. They've got plenty of time to just don't you guys don't. Senya making it tricky for him to leave old Rozok. Might need to pick up soon. FaZe kind of turning around, so they might be kind of, you know, ordering the Uber. And Gustav going for his ride.
No pun intended.
Oh, it's absolutely intended. We just don't bring light to it, so people are like, wow, they made it. Yeah, jeez.
That's really
yeah, I mean, this is down a ginger. You know, you gotta try and embrace that spirit, you know?
You saying Rich would have let you get away with that one?
Yes. He's been beaten down by my atrocities for years, right? So by this point, he just accepts his fate and just kind of carries on with his point. It's probably the smartest thing to do.
So it'd be, I guess, a fact-finding mission. He's way across though from the rest of his team. Freaks now. It'll be interesting to see actually, and again, we talk about momentum, it's more of a factor, I think, for some of these rest of the teams. I mean, the way they're playing right now, just that confidence play at the end of the previous game really says a lot about kind of that switch up. How able to kind of build off that. I mean, the previous win, the Los Leones win, was crazy for me. And again, Genji kind of had it robbed away from them, that rooftop play, but
I take that. I kind of love that rooftop play. I mean, I think it was Pio who's up there, right? And he got just isolating him was huge. Like that was.
Het is tijd voor de laatste toren. En dan is het zover.
Spannend.
Ja.
Okay, what do you reckon?
Laatste.
Fields, Zaki, all those like industrial area to the east. Which Freaks?
Oh fuck, dit is
That's
zonde.
it. That's all it ever is.
I mean, you're talking to my Katowice PTSD here. This is looking horribly similar. Horribly similar. So we're actually going to get a decent amount of damage there. 2 players in that UAZ though, so gonna get. This is literally where it ended, by the way. This is game 8 Katowice ending.
That's the one. Oh, the dream. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Curdy's got his revenge, right? He got swept through, unfortunately. Got third party, so he's getting teed up to take on a Freaker Freaks. And who knows what the ending would have been then if he was able to get the damage. This time around, though, he has connected pretty well. The flush has come in through that. And Chicago are actually really well positioned to catch any team trying to come across this very northern side of the coast through those open fields. So, infantry, okay, they go, right, we'll avoid that. But then you've got Oath waiting on the other side. Down in the dip, and Morello's just going to pour shots in. Get away from that. Zars, we do not want you opening. Move on.
Actually, infantry pull up at 9's going to find the opener to reload.
Minus 5, alle torens.
Komt ze naar binnen gehoord?
Wild stuff. Like, they've actually double dipped on this one. I didn't expect them to come back around. I don't think Oath did either. Out in 16. Oath was sitting in second coming into this game. They were looking real on point. But now Faye's going to try and do the northern run, but maybe Shoot to Kill is still around, or they've moved on. Uncivil going mountain goating, just... Oh no, Face.
Heb ik een bed? Ik heb geen bed. Dat is een beetje jammer.
Why is he down there? Nalvia now diving past. Shoot to Kill just far.
Ja, ik mute heel eventjes, want anders komen Kees ouders zaak binnen.
Dat is goed.
Nalvi cut down as well, down to 3 here as they try and make it. Look at the HP of them. Tab is super low. Loot 12. Stunner of a spray too. The man is popping off. Shoot to Kill are the guardians of this side of the coast. You don't get past without paying the toll, which is in blood right now. Alo's continuing forward, maybe out in the open a little too much here. Has to dip away behind the defilade and find a touch of cover.
Yeah, lucky there. They're actually trying to deal with Uncivil over on the rock side, but oh my god, 80 gets shut down there. Gustav will trade Uncivil out. 80 maybe going to be able to break line of sight here. Alo got to be careful. He's that of SDK that is split across, and I mean this setup from SDK was fantastic. Oh my god, look at this. Luke 12's actually pulling up. They want to re-aggress onto FaZe.
They want to get rid of him. Oh my, Luke, this is very, very bold. Oh my lord, he's gonna have. Are you just sending it? Okay. I don't fully understand, but the aggression, it's unbridled from Luke. He's gone for a dip. Uber's instantly hunting. Surely Uber's gonna find him. He doesn't know where he's gone. He's lost him in the rocks. He has no clue. Look at him. Baffled by this, Gustav.
Luke. Oh my god, Luke can get an angle on the res, Lauren.
Oh my god.
No way.
Are you kidding me? Does he have an SLR to hand? Has he seen them? I don't think he's seen them. He's still paranoid about Uber right now. And if only they could see it. Now, a couple of shots come in. That's a good dink as well towards Uber. Gonna force out the heal and buy time for Luke to maybe find some more room. Kurt's coming over as well. There we go. Luke's seen it now. Oh, the barrel at this range. Oh, the barrel at this range apparently for Luke. Makes it look so easy. Oh my, we are getting some good work today, and the circle closing in again towards those fields. Zaki still well in play. FaZe are being shredded.
Ah, serieus. Fuck.
This is perfect stuff.
Last man standing. Still desperately trying to find Luke down the rock side there. Infantry, again, they've heard all
Domme
this.
fout.
Definitely got decent numbers, decent information on this fight now, but I mean Uber's now outside the circle shifted away from his spot now. So it's gonna kind of give this final kill just right into the hands of SDK. The setup was so good from SDK. Again, just that little staggered 2-2. Anticipate. I mean, they got 3 rotations gifted to them, right? They're up to 7 kills already. So absolutely making value for this early positioning.
Unbelievable stuff. This is why I love these circles. There's nothing better than this. Liquid now finally make their way through. They've been trying to find approach and they can't get away from Sonics. These two have been clashing constantly. Now Clip's seen enough, or maybe heard the vehicle, seen it, whatever it may be, to kind of slowly clear as they go. Now, the hill is somewhat clear, but not by much. It looks as though Sonics have pulled up towards the field side, kind of playing that out. Gen G taking the rocks that overlook towards the south, kind of maybe a little southwest almost to it. Furia towards the top side of the city still. 4 AM as to what's remaining, kind of sucking. TSM positioning is quite nice. Hard to be fully safe, but not bad at all.
Well, this is the stage of the game where, oh no, Sonic's trying to pull up towards VP. Tickleton gets tagged down to about half HP. Shrimsy and H-Swin. Oh my god, the molly looked perfect. Gems is pulling up on this, he's trying to drive by it.
It's brave.
What's going on?
I mean, oh my god, that nade is better. And now you're going to have a bit of an awkward battle between these two infantry on one side, AAA on the other, and you can see that
bathroom break before I go.
It normally goes towards east where VP are, that little ditch that we saw Sonics go
Back into
towards a very
TSM's field.
common ending. Yeah, this is incredible. I've never seen it go this far out. So we are being treated, if you've never seen a circle like this, neither have we really. This is brand new sort of stuff. And again, the teams, these guys know every ditch, every divot, every little bit of cover. But this might put a couple new angles to the test here. Now, if Freaks were dedicated towards the edge of Zaki, towards the kind of, industrial compound, and is out there, he's got a shot and he's trying to find it. Good tag on Lou, but unable to flush this. So 4AM should be able to live for a little while here unless that vehicle goes up. But God V, you're going to thread the needle? I think so. Lou's going to find one of the AAA players. And speaking of AAA, they're on the move now.
We're just scrambling for anything to hold on to here. Okay. Penalty gets a bonus, but still 4 teams away from the placement point, so expect them to try and get some kills. They is actually going to pull up, try and hold him against this tree.
Okay, let's try it again.
Back at all yet, but AAA just running the bait right now, trying to get Uber to, there you go. Trying to get him to open up onto somebody. It's actually Smith that finds it with the SKS, so FaZe out in 12th. And their woes continue after that win in game 1.
A bit of a high point to start the day, but then afterwards it's kind of dipped down. Okay, so we've got the crate area kind of being taken by Genji and a bit of Na'Vi. You can't really share this too easily. Na'Vi's got Besto and Senya now trying to clear this, but Genji have the hillside too. They can see into this. Besto's been caught. Now that's a problem. Senya's all alone here. He's got players everywhere around him. They can nade in between this. If that just dipped down, Senya would have been dead.
What? James with a bolt? That's from way off west. That was, Liquid that just pulled up to the compound to the west. Actually finds that one, so deals with the problem in Genji's backyard for them. VP now finally have to vacate this compound.
There is cover here. This is a really nicely kind of terrained out area. That's why I kind of wish we saw more fights out here. So much versatility in how you could approach this. You've got these kind of rocky areas, the lush forest. You've got these kind of, even the fields have a bit of cover towards it, but TSM have opted to the kind of foot of the hill that's a little open, to say the least. Now, Virtus Pro have kind of sat towards the eastern side. They haven't kind of aggressed any further. I like what Liquid did, taking the opportunity to go all the way around west. The north's getting quite busy in towards the city, but whichever way this goes, I'm loving this. Center up, I don't care. Take me anywhere on this circle. AAA has a little look down. Not sure if they saw enough of Shooter. They definitely don't know about Halo yet.
I think they spotted Luke 12 on that jump spot there. Halo actually pulls to the north there, so all these teams, TSG, AAA, SDK, they can coexist for the time being, but again, SDK look to continue this aggression. Actually, look at that utility going through. Halo ready
that's not on the forefront of the minds just yet. We're looking at the south as well, because Gen G, Furia, TSM all need to find a way in, and none of them are as it stands. So that's going to be a really, really hard battle for Liquid. They've shuffled up a little bit towards the next compound, so they should be quite safe actually in this circle going in. But this is a really unique fight. Look at this, Gen G trying to clear around this one. They know there's a problem waiting. S is isolated from the others. He's got support from the other sides though, so if he like the dagger in the back, the assassin of the back lines, or if he gets caught and overwhelmed, he's done.
sharing rock right now. Loki's actually going to open up with some damage. That should be the green light for Esther. He does. He finds Rasmus with a kill demo. Good for the trade there, and he will get shut down. The setup for Genji, absolutely deadly. There's so many angles and areas to worry about, and actually again, the upper hand with finding the man advantage. But Genji is still so split. Look at it, shutting down.
rotation route in, but now you can see the problem. Too many players have been away. James trying to thread the needle himself, try and maybe deliver a bullet through the trees, using them as cover, but again, you could already see the problem starting to mount. Ibby looks gone here.
And actually, yeah, James gets shut down as well. Obviously, Ibby isolated on the compound. Mexico last man standing now for Liquid Pio, actually. Except on the way, they find another kill point for free at range. See whether or not Mexi decides to try and pick up some of these kills in the open as they try and cross elsewhere. Is he in play again into it? Jay is already down. Actually, Volleybag going to take a lot of damage there, but Svik gets knocked with that nade.
Yeah, huge nade bouncing over. Gems is struggling now. He's trying to ignore the shots from behind, but you can only ignore them for so long. That's going to be a gift from Batulins. Triumphant make it out of Zaki, but now they can't enter that circle. That's where the biggest problems are going to occur. And you can see K7 have got themselves towards the woods. There is still Mexi in here. So that's going to be the next task. Can they clear Mexi cleanly? They know of his position. Pio's got himself here too. This wood's going to hold a couple of players without being spotted. Let's see, where's all these shots? When is it time to strike? Moving with the blue, surely he's going to have to work his way up. Can't stay prone for long. This is going to be deadly. Nice work from Mexi. A quick flush as well. A point in the pocket for him. Hits the deck again, but now Pio, keep in mind, he is going to be behind him. And now Mexi has to move forward. This blue hurts too much. Pio with a tag, but not the frag. There it is. K7 clear it out, but they are now under severe scrutiny.
Again, it's unfortunate for Mexi. As soon as he shows his hand, Pio comes in with a third party. Oh my god, Peng with some fantastic shots. Not block slot of K7. That might create an opening for TSG to take a little more ground if they try to do south side of the street. Pio still up for TNG. TSG are looking to clear this. I like this. Being proactive whilst they have the time and the space to do so.
Yeah, now for Zenan, he's decided to kind of play the devil no, I guess. Decides to walk away from that fight. Molly would have forced his hand anyway. Now this is where problems begin for TSM. With that new circle, they can shuffle up to the road, but it's going to get tricky. Zenan's still looking for a way to find a foot forward. Gen G holding on to scraps at this point. There's the spray, looks good, and it is. He's going to find out. We're in the top 4. Virtus Pro with 4 alive, TSM 4 alive, Triumph with 4 alive, and Gen G with 2. The circle kind of in between all of them. TSM probably has the harder route to shuffle into, as Pio's already in there for Gen G, and Nonix, I don't know what his options are though. That's going to be hard for him.
I think at this point, it's, oh, he does actually have a vehicle. I mean, if...
Where's he kept that?
If he pulls up next to Pio, that could attract some unwanted attention, to be honest with you. So, oh, okay, they're going to find that one, but they're steal it away. So TSM will post their third kill point, but this cross for TSM is not pretty at all. Pio, you can see now he's going to look back over this direction. I'm not sure about VP's sight lines. I think they're playing the dip a little bit. So whether or not they're going to be able to pressure TSM's cross, we'll have to wait and see, but Pio lying in wait now. The backpack's off already. He's ready to snake this one out and pounce.
He is in full snake mode. It looks like TSM are looking for the vehicles that they still have left. Wookie Pookie's already over there. That's the way. Now, much of this PO scene, VP has not seen this yet. They are just over the ridgeline. Now they're going to hear this. The vehicles are going to come up, but already Miriku's further ahead, and Virtus Pro have a fight on the other side. VP might just get pinched here. This could be trouble brewing. And they've heard the vehicles. You can see it, Spyro spinning around, looking scared, looking a little worried. And I don't blame him. This is not a fight they wanted.
Miriku's managed to get so close here, and actually they have the ridge here. You can see the sight lines he's going to have on the Loot and on Haruzen. This could be absolutely devastating for VP right now. There you go. The knock comes through. Miriku will pounce him.
Yeah, there's a flush, but Luke's still alive. But oh my god, TSM clearing out perfectly. Peng's found Spyro. Virtus Pro having too many fights on too many fronts. Leaving just Batulins alive. 10 kills though. A valiant attempt, and getting into the top 4 is excellent work. But you can see Batulins is battered and broken. 3'd up, but it's all red. It's not looking pretty no more. He's going to put out all the nades, just commit all of the utility and try and do a last stand with this. But while this happens, Triumph is moving up as well. They've taken good territory from where they were in the north, moving down towards the center point.
Yeah, Shanjan back playing anchor. He's the one relaying all this information. Circle does actually pull, so that means Peng and Shandian are going to have to try and regroup a little bit. Vard will get that confirmed onto Spyro Theo. He's going to be a nuisance. He's going to be an absolute nuisance to TSM.
Yeah, there's some real venomous snakes in the grass right now. Batulins is one of them. Man's got a Groza, dips back down. He's like, man, you're not going to get me just yet. Vehicle. Now that could be an issue. There goes his cover, and now, yeah, a lot of trouble, a lot of mollies, everything poured in. Wookie Bookie, another kill for him. Finds Volibear this time. Triumph now getting the attention from TSM. Pew is still, he is sneaking away. He wants to be the last player in this, as late as he can be. Miraku is not. He might be picked up now. He is back on his feet. The way this is divided, Peng is kind of the backline defense here, because the rest of Triumph are in trouble in this position.
TSM seem wary of the west actually. Pio could. Did he just get spotted? I'm not sure if he did just get it. Looked like Wookie was about to scope in on a Volibear. So TSC will stay as 3 for the time being. TSM, I've got to feel they should be using this time to really try and clear some of this space, because knowing that one member of TSG died, that will let them know there's a solo shot, so they have to be aware of that. TSG right now, they have the zone control. We're going to be honest here, they're spread further than TSM and towards the center. You can see now the start most of TSM. Really all appears to want to fish out the solo. Pio's just not shown his hand just yet.
So patiently, and the shot comes in from TSM. Pio's loving this. Oh, you see Wookie Bookie. How has it not been noted? Peng's been knocked, and now TSM starts to work forward. Where is Pio in all of his guard out in the open though? TSM, Pio's found Wookie Bookie. The snake strikes, the venomous strike comes in from Pio now under pressure. Finally removes out of the team. It's going to be a 3v2 as it stands, and as they stand, Volibear removes one, brings it back all even, and now the Reviver desperate attempt to get Wookie Bookie back on his feet. But Volibear and Sia, what do they do with this Miraku? You must defend your teammates. You must hold the line. Flash goes out. Desperation pouring in. White Iroh's freed up, geared up, spraying down, hoping for the best. He needs this one to land. And now TSM back to 3. Miraku's there towards Volibear. This is looking like a TSM win. And Sia can dig deep. There's only so far you can go. And TSM, the stand-in of Wookie Bookie, standing quite literally tall after that performance.
Really, really good stuff from TSM again, just holding the line for as long as, and the big thing was eliminating that threat. I mean, Pio got the knock, but it didn't become a huge factor in that. TSM holding on to what they have. Like I said, TSG had the zone control. They absolutely had the zone control, but maybe a bit overzealous with the peak there. TSM just getting it done in the late game.
Absolutely loved that game. The way it ended was fantastic. We saw some great plays all around. Triumph out there, Na'Vi out there, Virtus Pro out there. Everyone putting up numbers. Definitely a couple of people off guard heading up towards Zaki, but that certainly is going to be one to remember for me. And TSM very pleased, I'm sure. A little bit of a rocky road for them, but they pulled it together here, and especially with a stand-in. Missing one of their biggest, firepower players.
Yeah.
Wookie Bookie not playing his traditional role. He's done incredibly well. There he is on the screen, the big man himself. Towers above everyone else, but in game as well.
I gotta come back to it though. This SDK play, that for me is just the absolute highlight. It's just fantastic to see, and this is something they've done in North America previously, but these guys on your screen, TSM, a big win for them again. So it is a little bit shorter in terms of PUBG series than we are traditionally used to, so getting a win out on the day one should give them a little bit of breathing space. fantastic to see them step up. And like you said, with the stand-in as well, right? Something that's not really been addressed too much was how it's affected some of these different teams.
I mean, so far the TSM is going to keep them happy, and I'm so glad you reminded me of the shoot-to-kill setup. Those guys were incredible in that play. And again, there's so much to be reviewed and not enough time for us to do it, so let's head over to the desk to give you all those details about what stood out to them.
That's right, thank you guys. Yes, Hypop mentioned we will be talking about that shoot-to-kill setup later on due to its nature and how fantastic it was. But let's focus on the winners. TSM fought through these circles and were able to find themselves the victory at the very end. Great victory for them here. Avenger Froz joining me. So not only a great victory for TSM, but also a standout from Wookie Bookie yet again, who is hands down the best sub right now in the PGIS event.
Yeah, 9 kills in 4 games, more than 2 KD. I know it's a small sample size, but still being able to be that consistent coming in. Fix is an amazing player here, but Wookie really showing that this was probably the best stand-in pickup that you could have done. So, and he works in quite nicely with them. He already had the TSM jerseys from before, so like it's all going hand in hand, you know. It's working out quite nicely. But yeah, TSM. A good kill, a good win with some nice amount of kills here. And also, they took a really good spot quite early on. They managed to rotate from quite a far distance going in to Sargi here. They took the middle kind of, what can you call it, maybe a Viking graveyard in the fields there, southeast of Sargi, and managed to play out there and staying 4 guys alive all the way to the end. Had to fight GG, had to fight 4 AM. Overall, just executing quite nicely as the 2 crates that they got in the end there, getting 2 sets of 3 gear probably helped them a little bit. But yeah, overall, insane game from them. They executed that really well.
Yeah, and their push up against Virtus Pro was something on that eastern side, which is very instrumental and important in their victory here. Froz, who VP for all intents and purposes, it was kind of their game from the drop to hold on to, but TSM shut that down pretty easily.
TSM did really great, and I really like what we saw with how they were playing with Wookie Bookie this time. Because we previously mentioned how Wookie Bookie is kind of the back player, but Fex is the frontline player. In this game, it was all about having Wookie in the frontline. If you look at every push they did against like 4 AM Crash there, it was always Wookie in the front. Towards the end, it was always Wookie in the front. He is feeling really great being in the frontline right now, and I feel like that is going to help TSM so much. Being able to have Wookie not only playing in the front line, but also the back line if needed.
Let's address this in the back line. Take a look at them here. VP obviously they had a great compound, but set up north of them also Avenger, and from there they got kill after kill after kill. It was brilliant.
Yeah, they were holding out in a spot where you like north of them is kind of a somewhat of a highway for teams to try to rotate in. So they knew that they split out in, you know, like 2-3 groups and just putting on so much pressure on some of these teams, either pushing them out of the water or getting the kills. Alo has had some insane picks where it's literally picked them out of the front seat of the car, multiple headshots on people driving by with the barrel. Like overall, insane amount of kills that they got from that, collecting a good amount of points, and that's these weekly finals, because you want to pick up as many kills as you can. So this kind of setup here, setting it up really nicely. It's just super well executed from shoot to kill here.
And it all comes down to actually, they knew exactly what people were going to be rotating in towards the They've studied all the teams, and they know, okay, this is how we're going to set us up. We're going to do a we're going to make sure we're going to try to force them into the others of our team. And also you can see when FaZe actually breached that, and they not on FaZe, Luke was not letting them to that rest. He was pushing them straight away, even though he was getting shot at. He was going down with a fight there, making sure that Ava was covering and make sure that he was keeping Uva down.
TSM getting themselves not only a lot of points from that placement, but also plenty of kills to boot up towards the top. Virtus Pro had a good game regardless of not getting the victory. Start Avenger with 11 kills going their way.
Yeah, it's a home four drop, so you know, in the same city this time. They're kind of sad that they would have gotten away because of the nature of the circle and where they kind of ended up. Between TSG and TSM, it was rough for them. They couldn't do too much. They should have otherwise they couldn't play with their back safe like that.
I think very few teams, Frost, expect Circle 2, 3 to shift as west as it did, considering we very rarely end up near towards Zaki.
Yeah, obviously, but there was a few teams that was actually ready for this. One of the teams was Gen G. We saw them doing a 2-2 split on North and South George, making sure that they had control over the bridge. They could go south, they could go north, wherever the circle was going to go. But also interesting, on the north side, on North George, they had one on the west side, one on the west side. So they could basically, when they crossed to the north side, they could have gone west, they could have gone west. They had full control over the situation. And also, a team like TSG did a really great and going all the way on the west side, towards Sarki, going all the way to where they could expect least amount of people.
And with that, gentlemen, it's time for a break. We are going to be back in a few here for our final. So join us right after this, more PUBG action and more from the PGIS.
Oh, fuck.
Seen this. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, playing trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gain. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest.
format and rules of PGIS 2021. PGIS's main event, the weekly series, will be held for a total of 6 weeks starting from February 8th. Weekdays, and the weekly final will be on the weekend. Unlike the points are not accumulated week over week. The same weekly survival matches held across 3 weeks. Stop playing and move on to the weekly final. The next team on the waitlist takes your place. This list is determined by ranked decision matches. Decide the order our
Lol, Cas, heb jij ooit Dark Souls 2 gespeeld?
Nee.
Nee? Oh. Heb je er al ooit van gehoord?
Ja, tuurlijk. Ik ken de Dark Souls series wel. Zo?
Ken je Sin the Slumbering Dragon?
Nee.
Oh. Ik was letterlijk net, zeg maar, ik ben muziek aan het luisteren.
Ja.
En nu jij deze fight op hebt, komt net die teamsong op, zeg maar.
Oh, lol. Sterk.
Ja.
Oh, man. Hij landt niet en dat is heel vervelend.
Ja, dat is letterlijk hetzelfde als Sin. Dus. Die landen ook nooit en dan maakt het ook een hot fight.
Nice. Dat is wel inderdaad toevallig. Oh, kom op, Cas. Oh mijn god zeg. Hé, eiland, oké. Maat. Maat, dat is gewoon een hit. Oh, oké. Let's fucking go. Nou kan ik eigenlijk niet meer verliezen. Als het ware.
Oh, ben je nou je respawn point daar kan zetten of zo?
Nee, nou is er eigenlijk gewoon niks meer waar ik aan dood kan gaan wat de run kost. Oké. Nee, dat kan ik niet.
Yeah, but also look how linear this leaderboard is. Like even all the way down to 400 men. With a win on the board, even Sonic's at 15. With a win on the board with 10 kills, like Tism just had, they're straight into the top 5 as well. So it's extremely close. We have nobody like really going far ahead right now. Freaks, they had 3 points in 2 of the games, and then the rest of the games they had 34. So it's been pretty linear so far. Nobody's really dominating it besides Freaks getting 2 chickens, of course.
Yeah, it's been the quality of this lobby is just fantastic, and that's probably why we're seeing that kind of thing come out. Yeah, it's been a bit of a disaster day though, unfortunately for Navi here for us. They haven't really had much happen go their way. Even the Senya situation in the first game where he's trying to hold off against some players, and then Team Liquid comes and steals the kills. It's been difficult for Navi.
Yeah, I mean, they had a rough day, and they probably just want the day to be ended and then just reset themselves for tomorrow, no matter what happens. It's for them right now. It's all about the practice. It's gonna be hard for them to try to catch up to the top 4, because remember, top 4 is the ones who's gonna get money from the weekly finals. But Gen G, I gotta say, they're looking hot right now. No wins, still on a second place right now, with 2 second places and a 3rd place in the games.
Ik denk dat ik niet genoeg gegeten heb en dat is wel een probleempje.
Kills throughout these games, and they keep on putting themselves towards the top there, and that's gonna be good because we're not playing for the chicken dinner. Well, of course, it's always nice to get it, but right now we're in the super setting, so it's really good for him to be towards the top and having a few kills on top of that.
Looking so hot right now. Oof, I like it. But Martin,
Zo weinig eten dan.
Ja, ik ben door alles heen. Ik heb alleen nog iets van 9
Moet je nog lang lopen dan? Of,
Ik moet nog redelijk wat lopen. Wat ik nu nog moet doen is voornamelijk lopen.
Wat? Maar je moet toch weer die eindbaas vechten?
Ja, klopt.
Maar die zit helemaal in een hoekje of zo.
Ja, nou, ik moet zeg maar langs 3 punten als het ware. En die zijn alle 3 op redelijk wat wandelafstand.
Oh.
Nu ben ik op de maan. Daar moet ik zijn. Ik had toch de bloem mee moeten nemen, voor dit geval.
De bloem?
De meloen.
Oh, meloen.
Ja.
Ja.
Zo'n in geval van noodmoment. Nou, whatever. Ik zit even te denken.
Case of need, break, melon.
Ja.
Come on, give us something good. We'll see if these people drops, we'll keep our eyes on it. Of course, that is our first port of call. But again, we've been treated some great circles, dude.
Actually, interesting. Actually, Liquid looking like they're going to try and take the West. Again, this is the second time 3 games Oath have had to share Sosnovka. Mexi actually coming pretty far over towards Millie base actual, so that's gonna be tricky.
Nu wordt het even spannend. Ze moeten alle 3 schieten. Dan kan ik springen. Dan blok ik het kondenschot. En dan kan ik door.
Oh, ze one-shot die allemaal of zo.
Dat niet, maar ze doen wel heel veel damage. Gelukkig one-shot ze elkaar. Dat maakt het voor mij een stukje makkelijker. Oh nee. Onderdoor.
You'd have Mansion. Now, I will always love Mansion. I don't think I've ever cast an actual ending on
Wacht
Mansion
even.
itself, but that aside, Naya in here now. Martin did mention Naya fight. It's very tricky, but maybe they're just giving out little freebies like, oh, you mentioned it earlier.
Kijk, dat bedoel ik. Ze doen heel veel damage.
Again, the circle will eventually move away from
Damn.
the main
Ik eet een vriendje van deze.
that kind of sits just south of that town we used to be able to unable to be leaning. So I mean,
Kom op.
there's actually a lot of ending potentials here. We've got Shelter. You guys at home. Look, I'm talking to you. I'm tabbing back to chat. Which ending do you want? You've got options, right? Do you want the Vodka? It doesn't bring me joy. Prison? I mean, question could be quite nice. Yes, Naya. We've got. The thing is, when you see Circle, I do think about the shifts that kind of go to the lower side of Stalba, just because it was so common during the European set, Pro League sort of time. But Shelter. Okay, you guys let me know. What about you, Hyper? What would you want out of this?
Oh, ik heb deze.
Mansion. I love a mansion.
Vergeet het te splitten. Nee, move.
Yeah, Heaven is.
De schild is wel bijna kapot.
I know. Funny. Oké. Dit was deze volgens mij.
I just get the good old Alamo. It's been a long sometimes we've had like a warehouse Alamo ending actually.
I mean, I always like. I
That's
really like the new
optimistic.
area above. Yeah, true. I mean, that we are asking for a lot with that one. I would like somewhere between maybe prison and mansion. Either or. Even the territory in between these days is really good with the new trenches that run through and the new bits of cover you can play around. We've had some really nice endings around that. Looking at the teams, they're all kind of going towards the far east of Yasnaya, kind of just a little north of Mansion, maybe it looks like. At least where Na'Vi, K7, Furia, teams who had like the early start kind of went towards that sort of position. So I'm looking to see if that's the kind of likelihood that most people are kind of aiming.
Yeah, they'll be really making too many moves. Yeah, Sonic said again, this is around about the time on the clock that they would start making moves.
Misschien ga ik net genoeg eten hebben, maar ik vind het spannend hoe close het is, zeg maar. Mijn ei neigt om nog ergens wat extra eten te halen.
Into the circle that way towards Volcano. Again, Sonic's had a rough go at things. Again, that game one, really good start for them. Again, to be honest with you, made the best of a bad situation, right? And they were one of the ones that had to do some of the most moving in terms of circle 4 and 5 onwards. Just kind of stumbling at the last hurdle, but I haven't really seen much out of them other than game one.
Yeah, I'm a little underwhelmed by them because I was so impressed with them. I literally got to see them for one game and they were like, yeah, we're through, we'll catch you on the weekend. Like, they just dipped. Like, they were so good coming in, they looked so above the others, but yeah, it's a little bit of a shame that we've got, as I said, like a little bit of a quiet performance here. I'd love to see them keep it up, but again, even have bad days, considering they already looked so solid during their earlier games, I can't fault them. Now, I do want to look towards who's claimed the big territory. Because again, it's pretty close. Now we are seeing it was like 4 AM, have some really good positioning. God V, he didn't want to go into it. No, he's just chilling in the forest in his car, as you do. Yeah, and so Triumph are going to swing on past. So I don't think that's really available to them anymore. You can see Mansion. I think that was a Na'Vi name. Yeah, looking like they've come towards that. 4 AM do have Hilltop, kind of sitting pretty up there and towards Heaven, however you like it. Sonic's kind of heading right into this. I don't know how deep they plan to go on this one.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams. Again, I mean, just look at it. The stack is that there's nobody kind of north of them now for you to draw a line across that. So a lot of teams condensed in right now, making a mad dash for the center. And Sonic's pretty much like the to be honest, they're going to get onto the back side, actually the north side of Mansion. This is bold, but it's. I mean, they're going to get 4 people in here now. Split.
Mansion looks so good with those like overgrown vines and everything. So good. Na'Vi, there's the other some of the other players that we were kind of looking at. Senya keeping eyes across. It's a really nice complementary position if you could hold both, but again, Mansion's very hard to hold everything, especially with that new woodland that sits to the north, as you can see here. It kind of obscures the vision. It's very easy to crash into, and well, Sonic saw that and they took the opportunity very well. So nice work from them to be able to grab that. That's a good position. They pretty much sniped away a central spot at the 7-minute marker. That's very well done.
I mean, it's a massive send as well, considering they came all the way from Pachinki, right? It's kind of the reward of taking as early as they do. That's kind of their trademark, their go-to.
Okay.
So we get the level 3 gear upgrade and an orb to boot.
Good kant. Lol.
4AM really given it. I said there was nobody north of Yasnaya, but you see Godby over on the east side, and obviously we know the rest of 4AM over towards Heaven, so kind of controlling a lot of space there, and that's a high traffic area for anybody trying to, I guess, come in on the north side to get towards center. Down on Alamo. This is a kill that AC just got. Yeah. Rotation here. It's actually Sonic.
FaZe are in a bit of a split because my Booger is not with the same pack, and Gustav's a little over towards Prison as well.
Geen eten,
so
jammer.
It's kind of a bit of a gamble on that, I guess. Now, eyes on Gen G, considering how well they're doing, sitting in second currently, they're pretty far away, I think. Yeah, they're just away from Georgia Pole, so they've got a long way in. I guess they could post up by Stauber. The amount of times we've seen circles go up towards that, the kind of bend in the road that leads up towards Kameshki. It's not a bad shout. Now, obviously, you're not playing the best percentages, but it's not a bad shout. However, up there is already, I believe, TSM. So they're kind of coming up to a team in a very similar position. Gen.G second, TSM fourth, and only by a couple of points between each other. So it's not a mad jump indeed.
She's still trying to find something. We obviously in that replay see her did fall, but so now actually going to pull up onto the swamp on the north side, and Sonic's
perfect. Oké. Just like that, al mijn problemen zijn opgelost.
Nice.
En dat dacht ik ook al wat dat zou gebeuren. Not.
Maar nou ben je weer toch weer terug in de fun zone.
Ja, precies. Maar nou weet ik weet gewoon precies waar ik heen moet en shit.
Trap set up by K7.
Oh yeah.
Still okay. I'm waiting for that circle update. This is where it gets kind of polarizing. I'm actually amazed this. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. I think the next circle update is going to be the one that's going to be kind of cutting into what sort of game we're going to have because there's so much more to play. Okay, so Yasna Fields very much in effect. That snaky road where TSM are, yeah, that's a very strong position. Some of these you kill at TSM have got themselves in a very prime spot. Now, whether or not they can hold this out is yet to be noted. Every team having some move.
Even kijken. Zit ook weer weg.
There was a load of teams
Nee.
over on the south side outside that new circle. The problem with that is there's 3 teams already occupying mansion. Now they will need to find some way to rotate out of this, but we actually crossing paths once again with K7.
Volgens mij ben ik gewoon helemaal in cirkeltje aan het rennen. Ja, lol.
Damage in return actually on Spyro, but not coming through. K7 are going to be granted some space up here, but circle posting. Got it, but it's going to center up. Okay, Fuzz.
Alright, you've woken up. Final game of the day. Is this when you do it? Is this it? Is this just, it's all to the script?
Warming up.
Now, I am looking towards the north, so it's all liquid on rotation.
Nou, wat? Ben ik nou echt gek?
TSM take over the stronger compound, but Gen.G and Liquid could potentially clash up here. This is a very, literally an uphill battle for Liquid. These cars ain't going to be flying up there, and Gen.G are already towards the top side of things. If Liquid are unaware, Pew's already on the ground. He's got the gun out. He's ready to go. Ibby and Jeems, they're just driving past. Does he pull the trigger? Clib's out on foot as well. He's seen him. Oh, they are none the wiser. Oh, what a shocker this is going to be. Tap, tap, tap. He gets him too. Clib knocked down.
Auw.
Jeems tries to reply the slow side. Stylish.
Ik ben gewoon echt helemaal verkeerd aan het lopen. En dat is best wel dummy.
This could be a quick departure.
Yeah, Ibby's actually pinned down the open. He's got to stick that first aid right now. Nade sent out. Not going to get
Maat,
anywhere close. Does have a UAZ and a rock for a little bit of cover, but
hoe ben ik zo verkeerd aan het lopen?
well, actually Ibby gets to confirm onto Peel. That's pretty huge, and Mexi will find Esther. So Liquid actually turning this one round on his head. Both sides taking casualties here.
Oh, wacht even.
I don't see any flushes yet either. That's a wild
Hier moet ik heen.
Mexi's angle's pretty good. But
Oké.
spin, but he's got the flush. Okay, Clip's unlucky as well. Liquid have done really well to keep this somewhat viable.
Oké, we zijn er doorheen.
It's a flush. You can see Onyx is going for that, trying to be, the last ditch attempt. Ibby just going to try and maybe tuck behind the tree, but I think he's kind of done for. The nade's going to come out. I don't think he can survive this. Both having their own problems in the back lines. Tags everywhere. 23 HP. He's surely going to be dead. He is. Liquid survive and completely fall back up here. That's huge.
He's taking casualty attack all around. Actually getting the third final. The pack cats will get knocked to distance.
Ow.
Okay, 2 knocked, and they got the face keeps splitting. I still see a phase logo way off in the distance. At this point, so I really don't know. AAA on the move. closer. Did you press the button? Did you press the Yasnaya button? Is it time? 4 a.m. man, big brains, they got here right away.
Yeah, they're going to regroup off this square. Got V and Lou over from the police station. It gives them a really good foothold on the edge of the city now. SDK on the minimap though, you can see them encroaching. Whether or not they're going to try and get round onto the other side. There's still lots of options to get into
Holy
Yasnaya
shit, the
right now.
crash.
So the teams that do want to commit that way, definitely still do so. There's lots of space out to the west as well. That's another consideration to make.
Exactly. Do we believe the circles are just absolutely insane today and it'll go to Yaz, or will it go to the more traditional ending, which could be the field where STK is, to be fair, right now, very common ending, or towards the fields in the south? There, we're more used to that. Surely we don't get another city ending. We aren't that.
Space now.
I mean, the teams believe it.
Well, I mean, I was just looking at how many teams are actually just making a mad dash towards Yasnaya, maybe.
Zeker mogelijk dat de run nu sterft. Nu komt de bossfight. Maar die kan ik eigenlijk niet verpesten. Als ik het slim speel. Famous last words.
Ja.
You do not get away from that. 4 a.m. going in for the kill, it looks like, as well. H1 before, though, clutched out Baloo.
Oh, shit. Oh, are you kidding me? Bro.
Wat, is hij geglitcht of zo?
Nee, ik ben de verkeerde kant op gelopen. Kost me 20 seconden. Die kant ook op.
Let's see where the circle goes. South fields, northeast fields. The city is really in this one.
Again, lots of these teams teams obviously made need to make some moves towards the south. STK trying to regroup, and actually Untitled was going to find an important knock on the leader to try and relieve some of the pressure on his teammates. Trying to regroup.
Boss battle tijd.
Seem to get proactive now. They can't stay out there.
Oh, what the fuck? Één. Dat was hem. Ha.
Nice man.
Just locking out the south, that's their own. Na'Vi would have to really
Kom op, geef me de boy.
Now, that has been somewhat evacuated. They were then right over to the south side to avoid that maybe very, very deadly. Right now still alive, but Zanan tries to overpush over aggress infantry again, keeping everyone humble. Only one kill though.
Yes, okay.
Great twin strikes onto crazy, yeah. PK tries to shut down his rotation from K7.
Moet je alleen niet vergeten om daar op tijd op pauze te zetten van de runner, zeg maar de runtime.
Ja, precies, maar dat komt wel goed. Het gaat ook echt legit nog krap worden, want ik heb nu nog 1 eten ding.
Oh, je moet weer koude ver rennen of zo.
Ja, ik moet nog wel een eindje lopen, ja.
They were safer, they're being watched on all fronts. You have a massive line enemy lines, which is 18, and now you've got the rest of North America. They're here to make a statement.
Groen.
They're at the door, and Uncivil just backhands God V.
Central Valley.
Looking worried. They're having to get the reses. They're now down.
Ik moet naar het noorden.
He's just taking his time, but maybe shoot to kill are gonna ruin this for him. He was taking revenge. That nade, so close.
SDK going to try and brute force their way in here. You can see them stacked up, ready to clear through, but we've already got the numbers advantage on 4 AM. Luke and Godwin have all to do here to defend this position. SDK getting closer and closer. Alo takes a lot of damage now. Luke's got right the way up onto the building. He will find the first. Luke will fall.
Okay, 4 AM just God V now. Can he breach the Fitzy show? The Tootsie's underneath, but he's good for one. He's got the flush on that too. They go one by one. They're gonna fall one by one. Don't make a mess of this, SDK. God V is just throwing bullets at him. That rate of fire is rough. And H-Win tries to make the run. He's still alive. Kurt's found him at least on the cross, and now Nade comes in. Is there another victim? You gotta back away from that. You don't want to get damage on Civil. Puts himself in jail after this one. And now we are going to see H-Win gone. That is Sonic now down in 13. Oh no! Godby is doing damage to them. The one-man stand. Shoot to kill a fall into pieces. It's these two feeling irrelevant. Trying to make the noise. He's not having it. He's having none of what they're trying to sell.
The timing there, he reads the situation perfectly. Sees Kurt on the outside.
Oh my god.
He's going to opt to try and tank some fall damage here. It's a long way down.
Into the bin, into the bin, into the bin. He's good. He's good.
En nou is het gewoon een kwestie van wachten.
They would have heard that.
And again, God V is running tragedy in the making. One angry man, and look what happens. The has done damage to North America here.
En ik kom ook gewoon eten tekort. Of hout tekort om het af te maken.
One man, and you can never underestimate God V.
First aid was well, so Luke. 1v1 comes out, and actually got he's got all 4 kills onto SDK. My word.
Incredible.
He will die a warrior's He
just taught them a goddamn lesson. Do not. Unreal. So well played, but now we need to look at this new circle. Because this is where the bloodbath begins. We have 9 teams. It ain't gonna be 9 once this circle.
Ben heel benieuwd.
No, there's just a slice
Hoe
outside of Yasnaya, and you can see on the minimap already teams littered across what is going to be.
Blij YouTube gaat worden van mijn video.
Omdat hij zo lang is.
Ja, hij is 4 uur plus. Ah, oké. En dan springen we hierin en dan zeggen we dikke fucking dag. ...4 uur 7:18. Het had 350 kunnen zijn, het had veel beter dan dat kunnen zijn.